2 minutes away from officially starting. I just need to check online whether the following, online and in chambers, whether the following people that will be presenting are indeed present. Professor Slemming, the Children's
Chair, Lucy Jameson here on behalf of the Children's Institute.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jameson. And then the UCT research team, Ms. Brains and Ms. Katzev, you are here. Thank you. Home Affairs representatives, thank you very much. The NPA, good morning, ma'am. Thank you. Mosaic, can I just again ask for Mosaic? Not yet. Then the University of Stellenbosch. Good morning. Department of Health and Wellness will be joining us later. And then there's an apology from Molo Songololo. We might have them on Monday. Western Cape Office of the Public Protector. Yeah, thank you very much, sir. The Western Cape Governing Body Foundation. I saw you this morning. Thank you. Western Cape Education Department might also just still join us. Oh, they are here. Thank you. And
Chairperson,
then just Member Boyson.
the Department of Health is also present.
Sure. Thank you. And I see social development as well. In chambers and online, we will deal with official welcoming so that you know exactly who's in the room and online. We just have a matter sorting out the sign language interpretation. So we will just delay proceedings a bit until that is sorted. To participate in this very important engagement. So while that is sorted, We will now proceed officially with our engagement. Good morning, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and partners in service. My name is Wendy Kaiser Philander, and I'm the chairperson for the Standing Committee on Social Development. It is indeed both an honor and a solemn responsibility to welcome you to this vital two-day dialogue that is hosted by the Western Cape Standing Committee on Social Development in the Western Cape Provincial Parliament. And today we gather not simply as professionals in our respective sectors, but as custodians of the futures of thousands of children whose lives, their safety, and their dignity indeed depend on the choices that we make and the systems that we shape. So this engagement could not come at a more critical time, and I'm sure that you can agree with me, and hence you are here this morning. Currently, over 42,000 children in the Western Cape are in foster care system, and each one a child whose circumstances have rendered them vulnerable and who now depends on the protection and the support of the state. And behind each number, indeed, there is a face and there's a story. And too many of them are marked by trauma, by loss, and by broken trust. But what brings us here with even greater urgency to this gathering is the alarming rate that was revealed in recent findings that over 5,000 reported child abuse cases between 2019 and between 2024, that only 4% of those led to convictions. And even more alarming than this 5,000 cases were withdrawn. And often this is because there was no evidence or no witnesses or unwillingness or ability to testify. So these stats do not simply reflect case backlogs or administrative failures. They reveal a justice system faltering as its most sacred duty, and that is to protect our children. So, honorable members and guests, this dialogue is not just timely, it is indeed imperative. And this morning, we want to say, as the Standing Committee, this is a call to action, it is a call to courage, and it is indeed a call to increase our moral sense. And over the next 2 days, we will examine the systemic gaps that are allowing children to fall through the cracks. We will indeed look at the failures in coordination between law enforcement, social workers, the courts, and civil society. And we will confront the scourge of child trafficking, exploitation, and abuse, and the inability of our current systems to adequately prevent or to respond to this cruelty. But indeed, this is also a space for hope, because here in this room, we have the power to change the narrative. Honorable members, all guests, we have gathered as a wide and a committed um, coalition or group of people this morning. We have invited the South African Police Services, and up until yesterday, unfortunately, we did not have received confirmation, but we are not giving up. We're still reaching out because we believe it's a very important and crucial partner to the judiciary, from child right advocates and the NPOs to academic experts that we have here, as well as frontline social workers. So each of you bring unique expertise, insight, and lived experience, and together you represent the best of what intersectoral collaboration can be, and that is a united front for justice, dignity, and protection for our children. So our mission over the 2 days is very clear, and that is to assess the current landscape of child protection in the Western Cape and to name honestly, and I think I must reiterate this, to honestly reflect on where we are failing. And when I say we, I speak to us as a collective. to strengthen our coordination between all stakeholders so that our collective efforts are no longer fragmented, but it is focused and forceful, and to tackle child trafficking and other crimes against children, not only by prosecuting perpetrators, but by creating a system that prevents such crimes before they happen, and to develop actionable recommendations that will inform stronger policy, better laws, and more accountable institutions. And finally, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, for us to lay the foundation for a child protection system that is not only reactive, but resilient, proactive, and unyielding in its defense of every child's right to be safe, to be heard, and indeed to thrive. So at the end of this dialogue, the Standing Committee on Social Development will table a report in the Provincial Parliament, and that report will reflect your inputs, your expertise, and your voice. This report I can promise you, will definitely not sit on a shelf. It will indeed be a mandate for reform and a roadmap to justice. So let us approach our work over the following 2 days with urgency, with integrity, and above all, with a conviction that no child, and indeed no child, should be abandoned by the very systems that are meant to protect them. So please do see these 2 days as your moment, our moment, and let it be the moment where we begin to turn the tide. Honorable members, we have, let me thank everyone for being here this morning, both in chambers and online. We have extended invitations, but we also have stakeholders that through our communication as the committee reached out to us and said, listen, we really want to be part of this. So thank you also to you for being here this morning. I want to also extend a warm welcome to the Minister of Social Development, Minister Yakulond, Minister Wenger, who will be joining us shortly, the Minister for Health and Wellness, and then Minister Andrew Marais, the Minister for Police, Oversight and Safety, will also be joining us today. A warm welcome to all departmental officials as well, and a special welcome, as I said, to our stakeholders and our guests who are honoring the invitation, and those that reached out to us. We do appreciate your attendance, and thank you so much for being here. We have not received any apologies, or rather, let me refrain. We did receive an apology from one of the stakeholders that was supposed to present to us today. That is Molo Songololo, Mr. Patrick Solomon. Unfortunately, he's not well. Our procedural officer is reaching out to him to determine whether he will then perhaps be able to join us on Monday. Before I proceed, sir, I saw your hand.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to honored members. I am Brigadier Tanthi. I'm from Family Violence, Child Protection, and Sexual Offences Unit. So I should think that maybe a Provincial Commissioner is still on his way. So thank you. From SAPS, SAPS.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Warm welcome to you. And thank you so much for honoring the invitation. We really do appreciate. Honorable members and guests, the Standing Committee on Social Development resolved to convene this 2-day child protection multi-stakeholder engagement today, obviously, and as mentioned, this coming Monday. And that is in response to the growing concerns. As I have stipulated, I'm not going to repeat. We are a bit behind on time. So I'll just try from my side to make up on that time as well. So we normally have a meeting plan and a program, but this is a first for us as a committee and perhaps a first for many of you attending as well. So obviously there will be some teething problems, but we'll navigate through them the best that we can. You would have received a program for today as well. So the entities that are listed on the program, we will give you a 30-minute opportunity to present to the committee and stakeholders. After the 30-minute presentation, we will then have a 15-minute plenary where members and all concerned are then afforded the opportunity to pose questions or make a comment. Can I please ask you, we have quite a lot to get through today, that you please stick to the presentations that was made during that specific session. And I think I must direct my attention to members when I say this. I know you always have a lot of questions and are most engaging, but we also have the opportunity as the committee to, in terms of our privileges, convene afterwards in making further recommendations or comments based on the sessions. So as far as possible, please be mindful of the time, honorable members. I really depend on your cooperation today. So having said that, I've introduced myself. I'm going to ask our procedural officer to introduce herself, and then I'm going to start on my left-hand side, members, and then we're going to go around the chambers. Please do introduce yourself, your name, your surname, what organization you are representing for record purposes, and then I will go online. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Nomonde. My surname is Jamke. I'm the procedural officer for the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development.
Good morning, Chairperson, my colleagues, our learned officials, our learned presenters, our guests and stakeholders. I'm Emery Boyson, and I'm also the Chairperson for Health and Wellness. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all our visitors. I'm Donito Stevens, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all our visitors, all attendees online as well. I'm Leon van Wyk. I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everyone. My name is Busi Solula Milagenene, and I'm from the Department of Home Affairs.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Almien van der Berg, and I'm responsible for coordination in the Office of the Provincial Manager, Department of Home Affairs.
Good morning, Chair, and all the members. Also, good morning to all of the other stakeholders and colleagues. My name is Irmgard Michaels. I'm the Acting Provincial Manager for Home Affairs in the Western Cape. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, members. My name is Khomotso Amasekela from the Department of Home Affairs at HQ. I'm the Director responsible for births, marriages, and deaths registration. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Once again, I'm Brigadier Tansi. I'm from SAPS, from Family Violence, Child Protection, and Sexual Offences Unit. I'm the provincial head. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sisa Magele. I'm the investigator at the Western Cape Provincial Office of the Public Project.
Ma'am, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all in the room. I'm Valdila de Vries. I carry a dual cap here. I'm a board member of the Manenberg People Center, and I'm also a volunteer on the Babuti movement. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, other stakeholders and colleagues. I'm Elnari Turk. I'm from the Life Matters Foundation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sipesandi Mfagu. I'm a social worker at the Life Matters Foundation.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Andre Petter. I'm Senior Social Worker at Scalabrini Centre of Cape Town. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Peter. I'm a legal researcher and attorney at the Equal Education Law Centre. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Najwa Talib. I'm responsible for foster care and cluster foster care at the Provincial Department of Social Development. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, everybody. All protocols observed. I'm Shireen Lucas, the Program Manager for Childcare and Protection at the Provincial Office. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everyone in the room. My name is Piwe Nota, and I'm from the Children's Institute at UCT. I'm a researcher, and my area of interest is in violence prevention.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone. I'm Andrew Marie, Minister of Police Oversight and Community Safety in the Western Province. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, guests and members. My name is Dave Campbell. I'm the Provincial Executive Officer for the Governing Body Foundation.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody and all stakeholders in the room. I'm Linda Jones, Mitchell's Plain CPF, as well as the SAFE platform from Mitchell's Plain.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Tembekile Kwakweni, Director Children and Families within the Department of Social Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Agrinet Mioyo. I'm an RPL student at the University of the Western Cape.
Good morning, everyone. Lucy Jameson from the Children's Institute at the University of Cape Town, senior researcher with a focus on child protection systems.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Monica Edwards. I'm from an organization called Mamalani Projects, and we work with young people who have had alternative care experience. Our organization helps them transition into independence.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members and guests. I'm Cameron Saiste, representing the Western Cape Commissioner for Children.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I'm Advocate Meg Ali. I'm from the National Prosecuting Authority. I'm stationed at the Director of Public Prosecutions, and I'm one of her deputies, and my portfolio relates to vulnerable groups, mostly women and children. Thank you.
Morning, Honourable Chair and members. I'm Charles Jordan, Chief Director for Children, Families and Vulnerable Groups in the Western Cape Department of Social Development.
Good morning, Chair, members, stakeholders. Leona Goosen, Chief Director, Social Welfare and Restorative Services within the Department of Social Development.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Chair. Mashinette Jonkerman, Director, Facility Management, Department Social Development. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and everybody. I'm Thandi Wessels. I'm a pediatrician. I'm representing Stellenbosch University, but am also part of the Department of Health. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, members and colleagues. I'm Vanita Thompson. I'm with the Department of Health and Wellness and specifically responsible for forensic pathology and clinical forensic medicine. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues. My name is Renee Nasson. I'm a child and adolescent psychiatrist. I work in a clinical unit, but also coordinate child mental health services, so representing the Department of Health and Wellness.
Hi, colleagues. Hi, everybody. I'm Cindy Brains. I'm an academic and a lecturer in the Department of Social Work and Social Development, and a principal investigator on a study that I'm going to tell you about in a bit. Thank you very much.
Morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Carly Katzif, also based at the University of Cape Town, working on the same research project with a background in child and family psychology. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Ignatius Dupree from the Director of Inclusive Education and Specialised Support at the Western Cape Education Department.
Good morning, everyone. I'm a deaf person. My name is Jabbar Mohammed. I'm the Provincial Director of Deaf Service in Cape. I work with deaf children, deaf youth, adults, and elderly persons all over the Western Cape. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. And welcome to our interpreters. Our interpreters are Unati and Lizeka. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I am Penny Whitaker, and I'm from an organisation called Cape Town Child Welfare Society.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simnikewe. I'm from USAPO Foundation, where we work with children and families. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akona Kodloza. I'm a student doing social external work. I'm doing my practicals at USAPO Foundation.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Carol Dean, Director of Specialised Hospital, that includes Psychiatric Hospital, Department of Health and Wellness. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that deals with everyone in the chambers. I am just gonna go online quickly so that I can just maintain some order. So I'm gonna go down the line. I'm first gonna ask, are there any members online?
I'm online, Chair.
Please proceed, member. Good morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. My name is Benedicta van Minnen, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, everyone. My name is Francois, and I'm a member of this committee.
Good morning, Chair, and all the ministers and our stakeholders. I'm Rachel Winsvogel and a member of the Provincial Parliament. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to everyone present. I'm Aisha Kasim, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, Grant Murray. I'm a member of the Western Cape Provincial Parliament, not a member of this committee, but attending in the public interest. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, honourable members. Our ministers online.
Good morning. Goeiemôre, voorsitter. Good morning to the standing committee, to the DSD team and all the stakeholders. Thank you for having me. My name is Jacques Lont and I'm the Minister for Social Development in the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Minister Lont, for joining us this morning amidst your very busy schedule. And once we have determined these dates as a committee, Minister, unfortunately, this morning had already committed, but he is with us online and will be joining us in person, God willing, this coming Monday. And then I will ask now that stakeholders online, I'm just going to go through my list so that we don't speak over each other. I see Ms. Betty Nieuwoud. Ms. Nieuwoud, you may proceed.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible now?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Good morning, honourable members. Betty Nieuwoud, Stelke, Director, and I also have with me some of my social workers. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us. Ms. Katse? You already introduced. You're just online for the purpose of the presentation. Thank you very much. Mr. Bafu?
Good morning, Chair. Okay, can you hear me? Good morning,
Yes.
Chair and the colleagues. My name is Eric Bafo from Mosaic under the Gender and Equality and Safety Program, where we do family strengthening workshops and programs. I am here for the interest of the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And Ms. Lucy Jameson is also connected online for the purpose of the presentation. Ms. Nicolette van der Walt?
Good morning, Chair, and all the members. I'm Nicolette van der Walt. I'm the National Manager Child Protection of the ACVV. We're a designated child protection organisation. We have about 32 offices in the Western Cape and several child and youth care centres. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Nozuko Konjwa?
Good morning, Chair, and all the other stakeholders. My name is Nozuko Konjwa. I'm representing Unongaba Family Counseling Center Trust in Kailicha. I'm the center manager there.
Thank you so much. I see Stelke, Stellenbosch and District. Sure. Thank you. That is Ms. Nieuwoud. Ms. Tarisai Makchuchu. You may proceed, ma'am. Let's move to Ms. Veronique Williams.
Good morning, Chairperson and all members. I'm Veronique Williams. I'm the Chairperson of Faith and of Missing Persons and also a member of the safety platform in Mitchell's Plain. We work with missing persons, bullying of children, and also gender-based violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us this morning, ma'am. Are there anyone online that I left out? Please introduce yourself. Doesn't seem like it. I also don't see any hands on my side. We will now proceed with the presentations. And first on is a briefing by the Children's Institute of UCT on their work and research studies on children-related matters. I'm going to ask you to flight your presentation. Members, please do follow on the screen. We do not have hard copies. And make your notes and write down your questions or comments. I'm not sure whether we can perhaps also flag the clock. Not today. Okay, that it seems is only for members when we have formal sittings. But I thought it would just assist us. But here from the table side, we will just keep the time, 30 minutes. But of course, we're not going to cut you off when you perhaps go beyond. But of course, I'm not sure whether your presentation is within 30 or perhaps go a bit over. But we will definitely create space for you to finish your presentation in good time. We would rather cut from the members' time than cut from your time. You may proceed, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members. As introduced, the Children's Institute is an applied research unit at UCT, and one of the core pillars that we work in is the field of violence and child protection. So today I'm going to give a brief overview of, what we know about violence, the limits of data and evidence from some of our studies. We are also part of a number of NGO groups, many of whom couldn't be here today or Monday. So we had some, brief discussions, and there's a one slide input capturing the sentiments of our NGO partners at the end. So the Children's Institute is a child rights organisation. I thought it would be useful for us to start with the Constitution and to remind ourselves that the Constitution states that everyone has a right to freedom and security of their person. And I've highlighted there that the right is the right to be free from all forms of violence. It's not for the state to respond afterwards. It's for us to stop violence from happening. Of course, there are a number of other associated rights that give effect to and support that right. Just very briefly, and I'm sure many of my colleagues will speak to this, but we have to remember that violence spans the entire life course, and it actually starts in utero, where the developing fetus is actually affected by toxic stress when mum is exposed to intimate partner violence. And although we've only got the figures that have been released from the national GBV study are showing that about 1 in every 4 women experiences intimate partner violence. That actually tends to increase during pregnancy. We've got community-based studies in KZN that show up to 40% of women experience physical violence during pregnancy and 20% sexual violence during pregnancy. So that's when children first start to experience violence. It's also when we can first stop violence against children. But moving on, just very briefly to touch on the fact that when you look at the numbers in violence against South Africa, we can't just look at how many children are experiencing violence. What we've got to remember is that violence in South Africa is not like violence that is experienced in other countries. It is typically more severe, and it has long-term cumulative impacts from poor school outcomes, delinquent behavior, substance abuse, mental health, increased aggression, and most importantly, the research very clearly shows that it drives an intergenerational cycle of violence. So children who experience violence are more likely for girls to become involved in abusive relationships in adulthood. Boys are more likely to become the perpetrators of violence, and both are more likely to be violent against their own children. So the first question we always get asked is, well, how many children? And the answer genuinely is we don't actually really know the extent of the problem. So we typically draw on a national prevalence study, the UBS study, that's now 10 years old. It showed 42% of children experienced some form of contact violence before the age of 18. But the Birth to 30 study, which is Africa's largest and longest running study of child and adolescent health, it's what we call a gold standard study. It goes back every year, asks the parents, the children, and other either family members or teachers about what's happening in the child's life. That's been done with a cohort in Soweto, and it showed that 99% of children had experienced at least one form of violence, but that could just be witnessing community violence. What is really alarming about this study is that over two-thirds of children had experienced 5 forms of violence or more. So that's sexual, physical, emotional, community, and school-based violence. Violence is endemic in our communities. Children experience violence or witness it on a daily basis. And Madam Chair, I heard your words. Forgive me if I say thank you, but I've heard these promises before. I've been coming to these meetings for almost 20 years. Here's how we're doing. These lines, best case scenario, they're flat. We're failing to shift the dial. Worst case scenario is that violence against children is increasing. And I'm not going to go through each of these. We will forward our presentation and the reports that this data comes from. But as you can clearly see, how are we doing? Very, very badly. So I'm now going to plunge into some of our work in, this slide is from the Child Death Review, which Professor Matthews established in collaboration with departments in the Western Cape government. So this one is just looking again at that murder. And what we see is that fatal child abuse, that's this bar here, this blue bar at the beginning, it happens actually mostly in the first year of life. Yeah, the first year of life. So we have to be looking very carefully at that, the antenatal period and what happens in the first year of life. The green bars at the end there, that's interpersonal violence, gang violence, community and taxi violence. Those mostly affect older adolescent males. But I want to delve into one of those fatal child abuse cases. As I said, this is from the Western Cape Child Death Review. And before the Child Death Review was started, this case would have been recorded as a sudden, unexpected death in an infant, because mum said baby was well, there was no prior illnesses. As an 8-month-old baby girl, mum says she fed the girl, burped her, placed her down to sleep, found her unresponsive a few hours later. The autopsy showed that the baby was severely malnourished and skeletal at death. There were also signs of bruising. Because of that, there was a more in-depth post-mortem. The infant weighed, an 8-month-old baby, 7.2 kilograms at death. She had been born healthy, lovely baby girl at 2.8 kilos. In 8 months, that child had lost weight. Cause of death? Not sudden, unexpected and unexplained, but starvation. But this was a preventable death. Mum was 27, she didn't complete her schooling, she's got 3 other children, both parents are unemployed, and they live with Granny in a very small house in Mitchell's Plain. It's also alleged that both parents used tick and other substances. The Road to Health book indicated that the baby had only had immunisation at birth, there'd been no follow-up clinic visits, and her birth was not registered, so no child support grant. If we had had screening, if our systems were working properly, we would have picked up that this was an extremely vulnerable family. Mum said that this child was healthy because she wasn't crying. That baby starved slowly to death and did not have the energy to cry when she died. We could have saved that child if we were visiting regularly, if we had bothered to check why the birth hadn't been registered. That's the tip of the iceberg. So let's have a look at some statistics on violence prevention, because our child protection system is supposed to work on a continuum of care, where we start with universal services that try and prevent violence from occurring. But here are just a couple of indicators. So there are many factors that drive violence. Poverty is one of them, substance abuse is another. The gender norms, we will present only 2 of those indicators here. Child poverty, how are we doing in the Western Cape? So these lines show the different measures of poverty, but across all of them, what you can see is we'd been beginning to grapple with and reduce some of those rates. Then COVID hit, and we are back to rates of poverty that are higher than they were in 2013. We have been set back more than 10 years. Another cause and factor that a risk factor for violence is overcrowding. Western Cape, that line, if you draw a straight line through it, overcrowding has remained fairly static since 2023. So in terms of those structural drivers, how are we doing? Not very well. I'm going to look now at some of the projects that we have done, which take a deeper dive into what's happening in our communities. Bridging the Divide is a project that looked at the intersections of violence against women and children in the Western Cape. We worked with a community partner, Mosaic. And these are just the headline figures. We will submit all the reports for your review. But the reality is that if you look at this quote at the top, you can see a young woman who went to report violence to the police And the police's response was, well, you know, what do you expect? The taxi is cramped up and look at what you are wearing. Any of you who work within social services, police services, or any of our community services will not be surprised that those kind of negative attitudes, there's a lack of accountability, insensitivity, what we would want to see from our police and all other service providers is a trauma-informed response that shows a sensitivity to what the victim has gone through and who deal quickly and responsively. This project also showed a lack of coordination between the police services and the courts, that survivors were who actually received social work and care worker or community support were less likely to withdraw their reports or cases, but still that we had high rates of withdrawals. There's also an incredibly high burden on our teachers. They were uncovering sexual and physical abuse. They were trusted for disclosure, but taking on that role actually put the teachers at risk. So they were facing a backlash from parents, communities, and not getting assistance from the statutory service. As a result, were experiencing compassion fatigue and starting to not report because of a lack of faith in the system. Similarly, closing the gaps, what we did was look at the expectations of women and children and what they wanted from services and their experience of using those services. Again, we see women being turned away, lack of sensitivity in the responses, but even when they did get responses, often, you know, they would get protection orders. You see this woman had said, I have 20 injuries on my body despite the protection order, because once they have the piece of paper, often women are just left to deal with it on their own, and it's not enforced or protected by the statutory authorities. Again, we saw that very few cases make it to court. When they get to court, it's inaccessible for people with disabilities. The group in the Eastern Cape that was involved in this said that, you know, everyone in the courtrooms were speaking in isiXhosa. The interpreter translates because the language of record is in English. And that came up, that was actually, a very big barrier that we found, not just in the court system, but the police officers would write down the statements that were given in whatever language into English, and that there was a loss of translation, and often the NPA would then throw those cases out because the statements were incomprehensible when they were written down. Closing the gaps also looked at the provision of, so the Domestic Violence Act now very clearly states that one of the forms of violence and abuse that children experience is witnessing of domestic violence. So we recognize as well that witnessing violence actually, in terms of the long-term impacts on children, is pretty much identical to the experiencing of violence. So it causes anxiety, distress, and has the long-term implications that were outlined. So when women are experiencing domestic violence, most of them have children, and most of those children need services. But the Closing the Gaps study and a previous one that had been done 10 years earlier with an organisation, for those of you who've been around for a while will remember RAPCAN. So we'd done a previous study 10 years earlier, which was showing almost identical results, that few shelters accommodate children, the therapeutic needs of children who are exposed to domestic violence are not considered, but most worryingly, children are actually physically left behind because they are either too old or there's no space in the shelter. And many of them turn to, the results of this study showed that many of those children turned to crime, so theft, or became homeless because they couldn't get into shelter when their mum left home. Also, the lack of therapeutic services, and this goes not only for children who are entering our systems with their mothers, the waiting lists to get children into counselling services are months and months. In the next study that I'll talk about, the minimum waiting time was 6 months for therapeutic services. And children were very clear. We worked very hard to get ethical permission to include children in these studies to make sure that their voices were heard. And repeatedly, they talked about how it had affected them and how they carried it with them and continued to think about it. So I'm coming now to our child abuse tracking study, which looked specifically at child protection cases. And the big finding here, we wanted to look at what happened. And we started with a study, we designed the study based on what the Children's Act said should happen to a child following a report of abuse. And one of the principles in the Children's Act is that we should have intersectoral coordination, that the system should be properly resourced and coordinated. Of course, as you mentioned in your opening statement, that is not what happens on the ground. In terms of the cases that we reviewed, we looked at 258 cases, and over 2/3 of them, there was no evidence whatsoever to show that there was a referral between social services and the police or vice versa. However, when I say that there was no evidence, we took as any kind of evidence a note in the police record or the social work file that they had referred the case. In this case, we should have, as I said, we looked at 258 documents. We should have found for every case that we looked at, and the cases that get reported are severe. The ones that actually end up beyond the intake registers as a file in social services or police are typically, as I said, severe cases. They should all have been cross-referred. We looked at 258 cases, only 2 instances could we find a file at both the police and the social services, either government or NGO services. So whilst I say there was evidence, you might think 30% there was some kind of agency collaboration. Actually, it was minimal. What about support services? So these are critical. So part of the role of the child protection system is to make children safe, to deal with the perpetrator, but we also want to promote healing. So it's vital that all children and families are referred for counselling and therapeutic services. They need prevention, early intervention, and family reconstruction services. But in the majority of cases, there was no referral at all for any kind of support service. And just as an example, we had in the Western Cape pilot, we had a 14-year-old, it was an anonymous report, 14-year-old was having sex with a 60-year-old neighbour. On investigation, the FCF officers discovered that the girl's mother had arranged and set this up. So the 60-year-old was paying to have sex with the 14-year-old. Mum was benefiting, as was the child, got 50 rand. So the 60-year-old man was convicted. Mother was arrested but not charged or even sent to court. But this is a clear case of mum trafficking and exploiting her own child. There is extreme resistance to prosecuting and reporting parents, even when there's deliberate neglect or obvious abuse. So the child remained in care of mum and complained that she was no longer getting her 50 rand. The case was not referred to social services or therapeutic support. So in all likelihood, what do we think happened? My guess is that they found another client and were more careful about how the circumstances of how the sex took place. Overall, we've got a great legal and policy framework, but implementation is poor. Our child abuse tracking study revealed that large numbers of children remained at risk of continued abuse following the closure of cases reported to the child protection system. Few families received prevention and early intervention, and most children do not access appropriate therapies. As I said, I wanted to, many of our NGO colleagues cannot be here at the moment. They are out on the front lines trying to deal with increasingly complex cases with fewer and fewer resources. They don't have access to the support services they need, like legal experts. They are finding increasingly that presiding officers are not getting the training that they need and treating the children's court like a criminal court. We are seeing increasingly high levels of secondary trauma and burnout in our workforce and violence against the staff who are going into the communities. We're losing a lot of them in part because of this the violence and the trauma that they experience, but also because of the increasing gap between government and NGO salaries. So what are all these projects telling us? They're telling us that children and families are known to child protection agencies, but without an adequate intervention to ensure the protection and safety of children. That cooperation and coordination are absent, that professionals often lack the skill to identify abuse or conduct adequate risk assessments and manage the overall child protection. Many of our social workers are not receiving adequate supervision, and ward social workers actually substitute all professionals working in the child protection system. So reporting a case does not mean that the necessary services will be provided. Here's a lovely diagram showing our child protection system on paper. The reality is that standards and protocols are not met. We've got poor record keeping and administration, a lack of coordination, referrals and reporting, and certainly very limited joint management of cases. There's very little surveillance data. The child protection register doesn't function in terms of tracking cases. Information's not shared. Our workforce, and in particular, we are, the Children's Institute is based in the Faculty of Health Sciences in the Department of Pediatrics, and we train our pediatricians and our medical officers, all health professionals, to identify families in crisis and how to report. But increasingly, they say it's becoming hard because they don't get a response when they do. Children and women report uncaring responses and negative attitudes, limited therapeutic interventions, poor handling of cases by the criminal justice system. As a result, we're seeing long-term harm and death And as I said right in the beginning, we are not shifting the needle. I've been doing this work for 20 years, and I stand in front of you or sit in front of you ashamed to say that. We are not shifting the needle. At this point, etiquette would normally dictate that I say thank you for the opportunity to speak. But as I said, 20 years, I've been making the same clarion call for greater investment in our child protection system. I've had a Deputy Minister of Social Development tell me to not bark at trees that will not bend. A senior Treasury official say that if the crisis were as bad as I made out, that there would be bodies in the street. They're not in the street, they're in our mortuaries, and they are testament to the failure of our child protection system. So, Chair, I thank you for your, keen observations at the beginning of this session. But I won't say thank you. I implore you all. It is not time for incremental change. We need to do something radical. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jameson, and I'm sure that members and those that will be expressing on their thoughts and questions will further engage on the matter. I myself indeed did make a few notes. Honourable members, as per our agreement, we will then now please, I'm sure you made your notes, you've noted your questions and your brief comments as well. Now we will be moving to the research team, the UCT research team. You may proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues, honourable members, and my colleagues in child protection. So I'm Cindy Brains. I've been a social worker, since 2007, almost 20 years. It makes me feel super old. And specifically in child protection, both in the field and academia. And my colleague. Sorry, the PowerPoint is just not moving. If you just give us 1 second.
There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. As mentioned earlier, I'm Carly Katzif. We are based at the University of Cape Town. I have a background in child and family psychology, some work in policy, and we have been working on a study and a program to prevent violence against children in the home, which we will get into now.
Yeah, so this is our team. There's only 2 of us presenting at the moment. Professor Kathy Ward has done a lot of work in child protection, some of you might know her. And then we've been very lucky to this year have 2 additional research assistants because there's been a lot of work that we've undertaken, and quite excited to share some of this with you. We are really going to share it with regards to not necessarily the research. I know when academics come, sometimes people switch off, but we want to be able to tell you more about the product which we are testing and what that is going to mean, to our country, to our children, and especially with the high numbers that we were talking about now. So some of you might have heard about Parenting for Lifelong Health before. It's a evidence-based, well-tested, and free, open resource, royalty-free program. It's originated in South Africa, designed originally in South Africa, and these are some of the main reasons why we started using it as our base. We know that there are lots of other in-person programs as well. And just to maybe ground it for some of you that have been working in the field might know it as Sinovuyo Kids or Sinovuyo Teens. And so that is basically the in-person version of this program. So the Parenting for Lifelong Education really did align to what our study sort of stands for. We want to prevent and reduce violence against women and children. We want to improve the parent and children mental health and to be able to support sort of the learning of children and their development outcomes. So I think as a base to showing it's a South African program, on the left-hand side, you'll see a picture of a rondavel. And this is really like what they use in the presentation and when they are educating parents. And it's basically the whole education set up in a picture. And as you can see, for example, foundation is about establishing a good relationship between parent and children. And so it builds on, for example, the fence around the house, the security, everything from financing and little garden, ensuring food in the house. The Sinovuyo program, or what you might know about the Parenting for Lifelong Health, which is here in South Africa, was going full guns before COVID. And then COVID happened. And as we know, at that stage, all of us that were in the field needed to shut down, rethink how we do things, etc. And what then happened was they had these little pictures. The team worked on like these little pictures that kind of depicted a lot of the lessons that were part of the in-person programs. And as you can see on the right-hand side, that's one of the examples of what this program looked like. This went absolutely viral, as they say now. It was translated into more than 100 different languages, and at this point has reached more than 200 million people. And this is globally. And so what they realized, and what the team that we are working with realized, we just introduce them first. So the Global Parenting Initiative is a group of academic universities, 5-year collaboration of universities, foundations, implementing partners. You'll see on our last slide all the partners that we've worked with. But their aim was to provide free, evidence-based, playful parenting that supported all parents everywhere. And specifically with the understanding that parenting is one of our key pillars to be able to reduce violence and to be able to improve mental health outcomes and reduce family violence, etc. And so what they did was say, okay, wait a minute, if these COVID little flyers are going so viral, there's a need or a gap at the moment for digital parenting. And so what they did was, as a group, they decided to explore and to work out what this would look like, but with the base of the Parenting for Lifelong Health education, which was already tested and, as I said, free. And this is important because we want to be able to, if we're wanting to offer low touch, low cost intervention, we want to make sure that what we're basing it on, we don't have to pay for that education. So our project is part of this Global Parenting Initiative. And as you can see on the map, it's not just in South Africa, although I'm always very proud to say that the education itself started here. And you know how important it is for decolonization and, you know, us as the Global South being able to have work that works for us in reality. And our project specifically is part of this Global Parenting Initiative and the last of quite a number of studies that have been done all across the world. And also based in lower and middle income countries. So the evidence is very relevant to us, and if it works in these countries, very often it does work with us. But it's also been tested very thoroughly in South Africa. And we are looking at all the findings from before and working out, we know that these programs work, but how do we implement it in a way where the researchers aren't needed to be able to implement it in certain aspects? And Carly will kind of walk you through how we've worked out doing that. So what you can see on the map here is actually all the different studies which have now been conducted on this Parenting for Lifelong Health education and in its different formats. We have been across 35 different countries, reaching over 8 million families thus far with the testing and studies that we have done so far. What I do think is important, because all of this must seem very abstract to you, is to try and explain to you what this digital package of programs looks like first, and then Carly can go into our study itself. So basically what was there before was in-person programs, and this meant a social worker or a trained a coach, a facilitator needed to sit in a room with somebody or to sit on Zoom, for example, and be able to guide the parents through this. And we know that that means our limited manpower that we have in the field, or woman power most of the time in social work, as well as our lack of funding often reduces our ability to be able to reach these people, even if it just means transport to get to a unit, or the fact that they are going to miss work because it's something that is done during a work day. The PLH programs that have been tested so far are also across that whole lifespan that you saw Lucy show on the app. And a lot of the work has actually been done in the 2 to 9 and 10 to 17-year-old, but there are studies on both toddlers and then infants as well. Filisana is the one that is for infants specifically. Some of you might know that. And then, as I said, Sinavuyo is the other in person. So we know this education work, but we're trying to see, okay, how do we make sure that this is now being able to be produced digitally? And there are 3 different ways in which this is presented. The first one, parent text, is actually what we landed up using. And so I'm not going to go into that. Collie's going to show you exactly what it looks like. And we're going to give you a key to a demo so that you can actually see how it looks. But the other 2, so parent text itself is available via sort of a media platform, so something like WhatsApp, etc., where messages are sent out. So it would mean that somebody needs to be connected at the time, or at least have a WhatsApp bundle or data. It's very low cost for messaging, etc. But it does mean that they have to have connectivity. Luckily, pharmacies, luckily the clinics, libraries, schools, etc., do have internet. So this is something that is possible. The parent app, though, is the first open-sourced, fully tested, evidence-based app, which is able to be used completely offline, which is really great because it means that if the parents download it, they are then able to work and use it at home in their own time without any connectivity. And then parent chat, which is online support groups where a facilitator is able to, while they are in synchronous, twice a week, there are lessons that come out daily on the WhatsApp groups. And if you think, for example, about the last 2, this could be something that not only maybe reduces the work of social workers, for example, to be able to make sure that emergency cases are seen and therefore like the rest of them are triaged out. We can also then see that parents are getting something, perhaps even while they're waiting in the, in a queue to be able to see a social worker or social services. But also that you can use it as a hybrid intervention, which means, for example, parent chat, you might have in-person groups one week and the following week you have a online group with your members. All of these are very adaptable, scalable, and editable. And so you'll see how we've actually taken the parent text and changed it for our Western Cape context. And so, for example, things like in Western Cape at the moment, social development has implemented the SWIMS program. And this has meant that social workers would have phones that are work-related phones. And so this would be ideal because we don't often want to use our own phones to be able to contact clients, but you could then very easily, but just by providing WhatsApp on that phone, have the social workers be able to do groups online asynchronously with their people. We're also able to, for example, adapt the stats that are collected, etc. We'll share more about some of that in a bit. Yeah, over to my colleague who's going to tell us about the work that we've done.
Yeah, thank you. So moving into the project that we are specifically working on at the moment, have been working on for the past few years now. As my colleague mentioned, being the last study in the Global Parenting Initiative really has allowed us to use all the findings and learnings from the studies that were conducted before us, mostly to try and understand the technicalities of digital programs. There were a lot of things that we were not anticipating when setting up this project, and all of the complexities around digital data collection as well. And so the project we're working on is called the SWIFT study, which stands for, as you can see, Supporting Wellness Through Integrated Family Training. And our overarching aim is to embed a digital parenting program in the routine service delivery of the provincial health and social services sector. And so essentially we want to test how digital parenting interventions can be set up so that when the GPI finishes and we move on to other projects, this intervention continues being implemented in a sustainable way, a low-cost way, and at scale, reaching as many parents and caregivers as possible. And so our study has 2 phases, and I'll go into those more shortly, but essentially phase 1 was really focused on stakeholder engagements. So we wanted to understand the contexts and the structures in which we would be working. And then phase 2 was using these learnings.
I do apologize. I'm just trying to copy the link to one of the groups that showed interest, and I'm not sure what happened here. Please proceed. Thank you.
So phase 1 was the stakeholder engagements, and then phase 2 was using our learnings from these engagements to really put our thinking to the test in the form of a trial. So phase 1 of this project took more than a year, close to 18 months actually, where we met with various government and non-government stakeholders, and it was through really valuable interactions with both Department of Social Development and Department of Health and Wellness, where we eventually designed our study. And so in terms of who we met with, we spoke with provincial HODs, district managers, some of them are in the room today, as well as clinic staff, facility managers, social workers in the community. And we attended various community meetings, such as the area-based teams, the child protection forums, and the mental health forums. And we know that, the Departments of Social Development, Department of Health, but also DBE, all have contact with parents and families in different ways for different reasons. And so we feel the area of parenting support really is a particularly multi-sectoral and cross-cutting issue. Eventually, we decided for the actual trial itself, for the study component, we would try to reach parents through the health setting. So this parenting program is designed to be a universal preventative intervention. And we know that basically everyone who cares for a child will go to a clinic at least once a year for their health or their child's health. And so it's a good place to reach a wide range of caregivers. And while we are testing it in clinics, the discussions from the beginning and the plan always has been for the program to eventually be integrated into service delivery by the Department of Social Development and Health, and also promoted by Basic Education, DCAS, and across a wide range of platforms, governmental and non-governmental. So to run through the sorts of conversations that we had during these stakeholder engagements, we were mostly trying to understand how do our goals and priorities align. So for example, alignment with key provincial strategies and priorities, such as violence prevention efforts and mental health, and then also how we can improve this alignment. So for example, our actual study sites were aligned with provincial hotspots. Then we also asked stakeholders to use their knowledge of the systems in which they are working to really look closely at our intended study design and our intended plan and critique it and identify potential obstacles and pitfalls. And this stage was particularly helpful for us for obvious reasons. And then from a logistics perspective, just trying to understand different stakeholders, how they want to be contacted, what level of updates and communication they need from us, and importantly, who they think we should speak to next. So this snowball sampling was ideal because it really introduced us to a wide range of stakeholders, and we were able to get their inputs continuously along the way while we were setting all of this out. We have many learnings and benefits from this time that we spent engaging stakeholders. It really was such a valuable component in this project. Some of them being that obviously our partnerships with different task teams in government allowed us to meet and start building relationships with key people in our study sites. And then this made entering their communities much smoother and easier. And like I said, we also received lots of valuable guidance and input on how we designed the study. And obviously, because our goal is to embed this intervention into system delivery, it was vitally important that we engaged frontline service providers in this process as well, since they will be the ones implementing it, or at least involved in implementation. And then I think we also experienced an acceptance of researchers. I think we all know communities are over-researched and often ambivalent to research. But I think because we aligned with priorities, we took the time to meet stakeholders, have these in-person engagements, join community meetings, people seemed really enthusiastic about this work and what it can do, its potential. And although it was a top-down approach because we obviously needed provincial buy-in each step up the way, we did make the effort to get everyone on board, including all the way to nurses in the clinics, community health workers, etc. And then our experience was that when it came to requesting ethical permissions for phase 2 of the study, the main trial, we received that from all of our study sites within a couple of days. So that was really testament, I think, to those engagements. And so overall, we feel like we really fostered buy-in and trust with our stakeholders. Clinic staff were empowered to take part in the project. And of course, we aligned to provincial strategic goals in violence prevention efforts and in mental health. And on the screen, is the flyer that we would hand out to stakeholders at our engagements. Okay, so as mentioned, phase 2 of the study is the main trial. This is the main study. It's coming up in the next few months now. And to keep it brief, we are testing essentially whether clinic staff encouraging their patients to join this digital parenting program has an effect on how many people join this program. And so we have study sites. We have 3 clinics in Ceres and 3 clinics in Delft that we'll be working in for this. Parents will join the program by typing hi to a specific number. They'll receive the entire program and the study via WhatsApp. And in terms of data collection, we have surveys embedded within the chatbot itself. And then we will be doing telephonic and in-person interviews and focus groups with caregivers after they've worked through the program, as well as with their teenage children. Right, so we've just returned from our pilot study now in Wolseley. We just returned a few weeks ago. This is where we tested everything and setting everything up. And through conversations, both with staff in the clinic there and with patients, we've landed on these recruitment posters. So there's 2 types. You can see the English are the 2 types. We've translated them into English, Afrikaans and isiXhosa. And they will be put up everywhere in the clinic. So waiting rooms, nurses' consultation rooms, bathrooms, pharmacy packets, medication packets, in the rural clinics, out on the mobile buses, etc. In terms of our timeline, we're busy analyzing this pilot data as we speak. We should be analyzing it as we're speaking now. Our plan is to start with the main trial in September and then wrap up data collection and start with our dissemination activities by the end of the year. Just to say that if anyone is interested in the nitty-gritty research side of our project, you can reach out to us with any questions and comments. We'd be happy to have further conversations. But we thought for this presentation, it would be more helpful to focus firstly on digital and hybrid ways to share parenting support and deliver parenting support, and then to look a little bit at the program which we've been working on, because if our findings are positive, which we hope and expect they will be, then this would be the intervention essentially that would be rolled out at scale. All right, so to explain a little bit more about the specific program that we are testing and working with in the SWIFT study, the Parent Text program. As my colleague mentioned, Parent Text is a WhatsApp chatbot. It has 2 separate modules spanning over 10 days in total. A new lesson is released every day. And we've tried to keep the content really concise and punchy. We know how busy and overwhelmed parents are. And so it shouldn't take more than maximum 10 minutes per day for a parent to go through a lesson. And then we've tried to make it fun and interactive as well. So the content is shared in the form of quizzes. There's comics and illustrations, videos, and then home activities that parents try with their children as well. And there's 2 versions of the program. So we've chosen the age groups to target the age groups of children aged 2 to 9 years and teens aged 10 to 17 years. And then once caregivers join the program, there's also various customizations they can set. Like I've mentioned, we're offering the program in 3 languages. They can also select their and their child's gender. And if they want a more personalized experience, they can insert their name and their child's name as well as they work through the program. And then depending on how much mobile data they have, we're aware that mobile data is a concern. They can choose how they want to receive the content, and that can change on a day-to-day basis, but they can receive either the full package, which has all of the videos, or audio only, or text and images only as well. You can see there some examples of the comics and illustrations and some of the screenshots from the videos. Okay, in terms of the actual content, the first 5-day module is focused on improving the parent-child relationship. We know from the in-person parenting programs, the Sinovuyo programs, or pretty much any in-person parenting program, that the foundation really is establishing a good relationship before you can start building on other skills. And so daily lessons there focus on spending one-on-one time with your child, learning how to give praise, noticing and talking about feelings, and keeping calm when stressed. After completing the first module, parents receive a certificate. You can see an example of a certificate on the right, congratulating them and offering them access to the second module, which we are really excited about. Second module focused on child safety. And we specifically added the second module because of our discussions with stakeholders in phase 1 and looking at the realities of violence against children in the province right now. So this module covers topics like keeping safe in the community, responding to crises, keeping safe online in the digital space. And then for parents of teenagers, it covers discussing with teens how to recognize and try avoid situations that put them at risk of sexual violence. And then the children's program guides parents on how to have age-appropriate conversations with their child around safe and unsafe touch. Then also within the Parentex program is a referral menu. We're also excited about this because we really have put a lot of effort into trying to build it up in as much of a robust and comprehensive way as possible to really try and encourage and support referrals to in-person services and for more intensive services in the community. Although we are focusing predominantly on the Western Cape for the study right now, we have started having conversations with referral services at a national level as well. And again, conversations with stakeholders have guided what referral categories we've chosen to include here. And people working through the program can access this referral menu in a number of ways. So the first is if they type any trigger word into the chatbot. So trigger words might be drugs, it might be fire, there's a whole range of them in each language and various misspellings and typos of those trigger words. This help menu will automatically pop up. Also, if they type help into the chatbot at any time, they can access it, and they can access this by typing help even after they've finished working through the program. So we're really hoping that even after they've worked through those 10 days, this continues being used as a comprehensive way to access referrals moving forward. And then in terms of troubleshooting, those quizzes that I mentioned, if parents respond to some of the quizzes in a way that may be problematic or worrying or raise some red flags, then the help menu will, or the referral menu will appear for them as well. And then lastly, we know that people are also hesitant to access referrals, to reach out to referral services for a variety of reasons. So based on conversations with stakeholders, a review of the literature on this, we decided to include a message of encouragement for each referral category before listing the various numbers and websites that they can contact. Just to note there that all of the websites are 0 rated, all of the numbers are toll-free numbers as well. So that did affect how we decided what referral organizations and services would be included in that help menu. And so we're hoping with these referrals, it will motivate some of the more apprehensive users to reach out for help. And so, for example, with the family category, obviously, they are working through a parenting program when they access this, but like I said, it is designed to be a universal and preventative intervention. So they may very well need more help than what Parentex is currently offering them. And so if they choose families, we say family life can be tough. Did you know that social workers at your local Department of Social Development can help with parenting skills, fatherhood, teenage pregnancy, and or family or relationship counseling? If there isn't a DSD office near you, NGOs in your area can offer the support too. And then we provide all of the referral information. Okay.
Yeah, so some of the shading from the field, as Carly said, we kind of just came back to the field, and I wanted to share this bit of you. So part of the pilot was for us to have at the exits of the clinics what we were calling exit interviews, and it was just asking patients coming out, are you a parent? Did you see the posters? Did your nurse speak to you about it? Just to understand, like, number one, we had no idea how many parents were going to the clinics, but also just like, was it actually reaching them the way we thought? And this lady came rushing out, and she said, we had asked, she said, yes, and I got my certificate, right? And then she like rushed in again, and like she was gone for a second. And then I wanted to go like ask her a little bit more about it, etc. And I was actually going to ask her, like, can we ask you some questions just to, like, hear more about it, because she was so excited. And meantime, I thought she was, getting ready for her appointment, but she was scrolling through her phone because she wanted to show me both the certificates with her name on it. And then we asked her, can we, just talk to you a bit, like, on the record, would you like to be a bit of a spokesperson for us? And although she was very scared to do the video part of it, she was okay to take the photo. And I've translated because she was speaking in Afrikaans and kind of answering our questions. I've kind of paraphrased a little bit here, but we were both trying to kind of like hold back our tears as we were listening to it, just because we realized in this little interaction that like a lot of our hard work paid off in a way. And so some of the things she said was, when we asked her like what excited her about the program so much, that she had said that is, what excites me about it is that as a parent, I learned how to work with my children. I have 3 boys, and as a parent, we don't always know what to do. Through the daily lessons, I learned much more about what my children's needs are. She said the program, we asked her like, do you think the program is needed by parents? She says the program is needed. I needed it. We asked her like, what difference has it made? And she said the program gave me time with my children. Her younger son had asked her about why she keeps asking him about homework. She keeps asking him about homework. And the older son, she had been asking him sort of like, what time do you need to get up? You know, are you studying? What time do you want me to set my alarm for? And she said, although she knows her sons love her, it has boosted her relationship with them and gotten her to understand what are the things she needs to do to kind of show that love back. And they were both. She said they both noticed that, you know, she had been paying more attention, and they were kind of like asking, "Mom, what's up with you?" You know, as only teens can do. And she said sometimes you neglect these things. You don't really, you know, remember how important it was. And this was kind of giving. I was wondering, how did this give her time? But what she meant was it told her how important time was for her to put that time in for her and her children. She also mentioned with the child protection or the child safety that was next. I haven't put it on there, but I think it's very important maybe to mention. And she had said, when we asked like what more needs to be added, she said, no, it's good the way it is. Nothing more needs to be added. But what is so important, and she especially highlighted it, was the fact that we spoke about what are the things that you need to do to keep a child safe. And she said she didn't think about, you know, sending a child to a place where you don't know where they're sleeping over, and being able to protect them in that way. And that it's something that she put it in a very nice Afrikaans way, but basically to say that it's so important that we as parents are made more aware of these things to be able to understand how to protect our children. I must admit, I was really surprised. As a social worker going into this in the beginning, I was like, people are going to be, I'm tired, I don't want to do this. And what we actually realized was that we were entering a space where it was almost a need which they didn't even know they had. And what it is specifically in the clinic, for example, even though that's not their KPA, they are dealing with their patients who they know well and who have family issues. And so, for example, they're coming in, sitting down, still talking about their children and their family, not only in appointments for their child specifically, but in their own appointments. And so it gave the nurses, I think what they were most excited about was this referral menu, because it gave them kind of a thing to say, yeah, use the referral menu. You know, there's lots of things that you can get out here. So we've got a nurse encouraging a patient, and all of this, we've got permission for the photos and so on, so don't worry. And we've got the sister that's in the well baby area. But both, I think she was actually our champion in this, and what's nice is because obviously she's working with the parents, and so she understands that. We also then implemented it in the mobile clinic, as well as Carly was saying, little flyers inside the patient medicine pack. So some of them come in, just fetch their medication and go. And so what the sister on the bottom left is doing is just putting it in their file so that when they go, you know, to get their medication, it just gets put in automatically. And the bottom right is the pharmacist encouraging as they come and get their medication. And honestly, like as Carly was saying, this has really come about through a lot of stakeholder engagement, not only through our partnerships with the Global Parenting Initiative, but many people, even as you said, in this room have helped us to form how we decided to create the study and how we designed it and how it was implemented and where. And I think Dr. Nassen's going to share some stuff in a little bit probably as well about our partnership. But yeah, and I thought one of the really cool things maybe to do is to provide you with a bit of a demo version of the program. And so if you type, and please WhatsApp demo, because otherwise you become one of our participants and we don't want that. But if you type demo and send it to this number, you will get a demo version of what it is. You will also get our survey, but you can just kind of click through that, like make up names and stuff if you want to, or if you're a parent yourself, you can actually work through it as a parent and see what it's like. Because it's automated, you might not necessarily get both modules. You might only get the one, just because it's automated once it goes in to be able, so we can test and sort of keep the research side of it clear. None of your data will be stored, even though you are going through the survey. So you'll see what it would look like to a user, but the demo version doesn't store any of that data. You can also see, like when you answer the gender question, you'll see if you answer like a female child, you get pictures with a female child in it. And we're also quite proud to say that we've included that people can say that transgender and gender non-conforming as well as options. Yeah, I think, sorry, a mouthful, sped through that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brains and Ms. Katsev.
Our contacts are below. If anybody does need it, please feel free to email us.
Indeed so. And the presentations that we've had, please do send them on to our procedural officer. I will now hand over to Home Affairs. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This presentation, Chair, will be used to just give a high-level overview of our DHA footprint and our operational demarcations. It will also just give you a glimpse of who we are as a management team in the province, as well as hovering over birth registrations. And this is included, Chair and colleagues, because of it being a critical enabler and a constitutional right of us as South African citizens. I think what immediately jumped to mind is one of the case studies already presented from Mitchell's Plain, where that baby who had perished was not even registered. Then also we were asked to also present on human trafficking, and we'll indicate what our role and mandate is within the broader value chain of activities. And then I am also going to mention our planned high impact outreach that we will be hosting in the province during August. And I think this is a valuable opportunity for our stakeholders here to also join us during that high impact outreach for optimizing our awaiting clients for as a audience to also raise awareness on various aspects that any of the stakeholders would want to. Our next slide. On the left-hand side, it is still coming. There we go. Just to summarize, it's a very busy slide. Just to summarize that we have 30 front offices within the 5 districts, rural districts and our metro in the province. Of that 30 offices, we have 17, which is capacitated with immigration officials or immigration unit. We, of course, have our Swellendam office that was burned down some in 2023, and where we now need to provide a temporary service in that area. We also have a permanent contact point in Ladysmith. Incremental to us is our proof of concept office in our Epping office, which is a exclusive online booking office where that does minimize our waiting times for clients in terms of our enabling documents being smart card IDs and passports, which is exclusively provided at that office. We have 17 connected health facilities. I think I'm standard to be corrected just in terms of the number. Later on, there's a slide that would depict the correct number. So just my apologies for that not being updated. And the connected health facilities is incremental and very important to us because that is the place where we can have mother just giving birth and immediately being able to leave the hospital with a birth certificate already, so that we do not lose that mother when they need to travel far away or even close within the community and not being able to access. We also have a footprint in 5 banks. That is at Standard Bank in Canal Walk. We have our FNB in Greenpoint. We have another Standard Bank in Promenade in Mitchells Plain, and then our Nedbank in St. George's Mall here, as well as ABSA in Stellenbosch. I must also just mention that at national level, there is engagement very actively. And one of the questions that we are always asked is why not Capitec, because of the footprint of Capitec. So I can confirm that at our EXCO retreat last week, it was confirmed by our principals and executive management that there's an active involvement also in including Capitec Bank to further facilitate and enlarge our footprint within the country, as well as of course the province. We have at the moment 14 operational mobile units. And then we also have an archive that we have started at our Bellville office. Now, you would note that our smart card ID in terms of securing identity is a much safer document. And so we are, as a department, moving towards having all of our offices modernized, meaning that we are trying to phase out in totality our offices that is only capable of providing the Green Book ID. So within the province, 98% of our offices is already modernized. Effectively, it's the Lady Smith that I've mentioned, as well as Citrusdal that's not yet modernized, and those two are both earmarked for the current financial year to be modernized. Another addition to our service within this year was the fact that we've opened Tiger Valley. It's also just a booking only office where clients can book online and then go to the office to do their necessary applications booked for. We have generators at all of our front offices, which is mitigating for the periods when we do experience load shedding. We are looking going forward in terms of infrastructure, also just to have a online office in the Cape Town Civic Centre, as well as a permanent service point in Riversdal, that's in Esekwa, a local municipality, and then in Oeverstrand. We are also targeting Hermanus as a space for a fixed office. That is just, I'm just briefly showing you that. That is just our management team at senior level. We have in the office of the provincial manager, myself as acting with Ms. Van der Berg, and then our director finance, Ms. Klau, and then we have our 4 district directors. We have Ms. Sakahuli responsible for the Cape Metro area as well as Overberg. Mr. Williams is responsible for Cape Province. Mr. Ginene is responsible for the West Coast area, and then Mr. Kwabe is responsible for our Garden Route and Central Karoo area. The next slide basically just is an outlay of all of the facilities, health facilities, offices, banks, and offices in malls. I'm not going to go into detail. The next is also for Cape Winelands, same applies. And then after this, there will be Mr. Ginene in the West Coast, and then Mr. Kwabe just in more detail. And then also contact details are provided. With regards to our birth registration, as I said, being a critical enabler for South African citizens, again, I'm going to note the reference made earlier in that very sad case study that was mentioned is there was no access to a child support grant because of that crucial birth certificate not being in place. So we are really, this is a crucial area. It's embedded in our constitution in section 28, mentioning that every child has a right to a name, and it is furthered and intensified in the Birth and Death Registration Act, where that act requires every South African citizen who is a parent to register your child within 30 days from the birth event. Now, I've just previously touched on the importance of those connected health facilities, and that is one of the ways that the department is trying to really minimize the time between the birth event and the actual registration to enable a mother to leave the hospital with a birth certificate already and having your enabling document in hand. So it's absolutely imperative that we do focus on our health facilities, and our Department of Health is availing in the province space for us, where we then have the connectivity also available to be able to do the whole of the birth registration and then to issue that birth certificate. We have 23, not the 17 that was flagged in the previous slide. We have 23 birth registration points at health facilities where it's connected and where that mother can leave with a birth certificate. In addition to that, we have 32 health facilities where we have roaming officials that visit that health facility and then does the registration. And it normally works that because we cannot issue there, that the next week when they roam again or the next day that they roam again, they return with the birth certificate for the mother to collect at the health facility. There are also some of the health facilities, especially in the rural area, where we do make arrangements in that the mother can collect at the local office that is closest. The late registration birth campaigns is a very taxed process where we have there's a slide that will follow showing about 9% of our birth registrations that we do is a result of not within birth registered within the 30 days, but birth registered beyond the 30 days. So that is late registrations of birth. Now, that 9% is it's a process that is very manual. It is laborious, and it also takes a lot of time because it will, Chairperson, Mr. Genene will be excusing himself in a few minutes because he literally is going to be on a late registration of birth panel in an interview. So it requires it requires at least 3 officials to be on that panel. So this is also one of the reasons why we do, and our efforts are intense towards enabling mothers and parents to register within the 30 days after birth. This process also leaves our national population register very, very vulnerable because it is the vehicle that's being used for fraudulent birth registrations as well as corrupt activities. This is very often used by undocumented foreigners to try and access either themselves, because this is a process for 31 days and above. So very often we're sitting with individuals that are 64-year-olds in their 70s, in their 80s, that has never been documented. And you can imagine how difficult it is then to prove that you are a South African citizen. The next slide, highlights the contributing factors to these late registration of births. It's ignorance, number one. Access to DHA facilities is not readily available, especially in our rural communities. Young mothers without IDs, and then single mothers that are waiting for the fathers to be also registered as part of the UBC and the full birth certificate, as well as mothers or fathers that does not bring or they do not have their ID documents available at the health facility at the time of birth. Then mothers and fathers are often claiming not to be aware of the legislated requirement for the birth registration within 30 days, that it is their responsibility. So this is also an opportunity to raise awareness about that and to take that message out afterwards. Then cultural practices is also one of the areas or contributing factors where there's practices that needs to be done before the naming of the unborn child. Chair and colleagues, this slide just speaks to our targets and our performance that we've had over the past since 2023-24. We've registered within the 30 days 75,687 births. The next financial year, apologies, just that is 2024 to 2025, 76,371, having an increase there, just reflecting in the table that you see there is the category, and this depicts our birth registered for the current financial year thus far, year to date. So we have already now, as at the 25th of June, registered 17,510 births. That's within the category of within the 30 days. You'll see then just above 30 days, so between 31 days and 1 year, we've registered 1,357 during April and May. For the same period, for the category 1 to 6 year, it has been 350, and then 7 to 15 years registered were 44. So during this period, you can see that we have in totality registered 19,261, and 1,751 of those were outside of the required 30 days as legislated. The next slide just shows you a list of the connected health facilities referred to already on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, it is the health facilities that we roam to in order to catch those birth registration at health facilities. Our stakeholder requirements and DHA interventions, it is continuous citizenship education programs and awareness raising, closer cooperation between the Department of Health and the DHA on specifically birth registration. It is one of the very positive initiatives, although small, is that on the Road to Health card now, there's mention made on the requirement of 30 days birth registration within the 30 days. Also, our cooperation with the Department of Health in Pacific extends to our death registration processes as well. And we also utilize the Department of Health as a source for tracing mothers that gave birth but did not register, so that we can follow up on those mothers who left without registering the birth. And then the department currently also is reviewing the requirements for birth registration as an interim measure, and our mobile deployments is also used in marketing and frequent visitation in our areas where we do not have a fixed footprint. Our high impact outreach, there's a slide that will be speaking to that. I'm not going to mention it. The next slide just speaks to our mobile units and the areas where we more or less do focus on, but not, my apologies, not limited to those areas. And the districts are depicted, the number of mobile units, and then the rural areas in specific where we are covering. We are planning every year, part of the provincial programs are the high impact outreach, which the next slide speaks to. Our high impact outreach for this current financial year, again, has an output of the intention to saturate that particular area where we're visiting with that opportunity and access to access DHA services through this mobile outreach. This is maintained for one particular week, and this will be early in August, and it is focused on rendering that service to the far-lying communities. We do not include our schools program because our normal mobile outreach also has a component of going to schools to assist, particularly with our matriculants, to ensure that they have smart card IDs. So the DHA will, for this planned outreach, will be within the district of Cape Winelands. And we then normally formulate a partnership with the district and local municipalities who are assisting us with venues and other logistical programs as well. And the resources that they avail to us in free venues, ablution facilities, basically enabling us to have our clients that is waiting, having the resource to be able to wait in a dignified area and manner. We also make use of those local law enforcement structures to ensure the safety of staff as well as equipment and clients. And the local councillors also assist us with human resources in marshalling and queue management. Our previous outreaches have been 21-22 in the Overberg, 22-23 in West Coast, and that was followed by Garden Road 23-24, and Cape Metro was last year's high impact outreach. The area of Cape Winelands, we will be covering all of the local municipalities, as you see there, stretching from Breda Valley, Hex River Valley, Witzenberg, and Drakensberg, and planning meetings are to commence now in July. Death registration, being part of the legislation, Birth and Death Registration Act, I've included this, Chair, just also to indicate that this is an awareness raising opportunity, because in terms of our departmental business plan also, we need to register 60% of deaths within 72 hours after the death occurred. Now, the 40% that's not included is just taking into the account the process that needs to be followed for an unnatural death. When that occur, and that puts the 72 hours at risk. Unfortunately, us as a province has not been faring very well in this death registration, where it has with a target of 60% only, Chair, to be registered within in that 72 hours. And this is a consistent target that we are failing. The next slide is depicting just, we did some analysis of reasons as to why this happens, because it seems to really be something that us in the Western Cape is struggling with to reach this 60%. And you will see there right at the bottom in pink that the biggest contributing factor for the deaths not being registered within the 72 hours is the delay caused by the family or the informant, and very often it is related to the financial struggles. There's also, which isn't perhaps highlighted in the reasons, but related to that is that we also do not necessarily always have the deaths having the urgency of the burial happening within a week. So that also, very often, one of the dynamics in the province is that we have our burials outside of the province of some of the citizens here. So there's also 19% contributing is the body released late by the mortuary, or there's also a process which the doctor need to complete a specific form, and that also have a knock-on effect in late registrations. There is undertaker relay at 14%, and then I think more or less that highlights the bigger percentages within the slide. Coming to the DHA role in managing victims or suspected victims of trafficking. Our mandate is embedded in the Immigration Act and its regulations. And this act indicates that we are to provide for the regulation of the admissions of persons to their residence in and their departure from the Republic. The enforcement of this legislation and monitoring is also highlighted in sections 32 to 36, whilst the person is to sojourn of temporary residence in the Republic. Deportation of confirmed illegal foreign nationals is also mentioned in the Immigration Act, and then the department is at present currently monitoring 7 victims of trafficking cases where we are monitoring. The next slide highlights that we are working in accordance with the SOP, which was developed in collaboration with the various critical stakeholders, and in accordance to our DHA SOP, or in accordance to the SOP, the Department of Home Affairs is responsible for the regularizing of the victims of crime, and this we do. Victims of trafficking. This we do by conducting an interview with the suspected victim. We also do a case referral. There's a specific form that we need to provide to the DPCI for further assessment. Our law enforcement partner in SAPS will deal with a suspected victim of trafficking in terms of the TIP Act, and then DSD is also crucial in issuing the VOT with a letter of recognition. The Department of Social Development and SAPS then makes a request to the Department of Home Affairs for the issuance of a visitor's visa. Now, the DG may grant a visa not exceeding 3 months to such a victim, and this will enable the necessary law enforcement processes to continue. And this can be extended if there's a motivation received by the other stakeholders, the DSD, TCPCI, or the NPA. However, this must be done 7 days prior to the existing visa that has been issued, and this can lead to an additional 3 months that may be granted by our DG. If there are any withdrawals of a visa, should the circumstances change, our stakeholders normally involves us and inform us in order to have the withdrawal, and where the letter of recognition was withdrawn, the DHA then obviously follows the repatriation process, which could be including an order to leave within 14 days. In the case of a child, DSD does bear the cost for the traveling. The next slide, Chairperson, indicates just those of the colleagues who are members of the provincial TIP task team, and you'll see also their representation from the provincial office, as well as the metro and the various other districts in the province. Our challenges, Chair and colleagues, is within specifically the human trafficking area, is that our ability of our immigration officers that's at front line, they have a limited capacity of identifying these possible victims of trafficking. So we need to build capacity in relation to training. I'm not sure, Chair, why the slide isn't moving, because it's visible this side. So building capacity through training in-house is one of the areas that we need to continue. Then also our limitations in immediately responding and activating our teams. That turnaround time is not at the level where it should be as yet. Then also our reporting system for TIP for research purposes is limited. We would want to capacitate this to be able to identify possible hotspots. As we have noted that in terms of the cases that we've seen, is that there's certain countries or residents of citizens of certain countries that seems to be coming to the fore. Ethiopians, for example, in terms of possible trafficking of fellow countrymen for working in spaza shops, and then always closer working relations with structures that's also responsible for adoption of South African children. Chair, that concludes our presentation with thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Michaels, for that very informative presentation. Honorable members and guests, I'm gonna open the question and answer session. It is now almost 20 past 11. I'm gonna provide opportunity until 11:30. Then we will take a short break, comfort break, till 12. Am I right now? Yes. So please do indicate members in chambers or any stakeholder in chambers if you would like to make a comment or raise a question. And members and stakeholders online, please make use of the raise hand function. I'm checking now in the house. I don't see members' hands, so you may go ahead and then you may proceed as well. Yes, and please do introduce yourself again just for the minute keeping purposes.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Peter. I'm a legal researcher and attorney at the Equal Education Law Centre. I have a comment and a question for the Children's Institute. So one of the challenges that we frequently experience in our referral duties when we have clients who've either themselves or their children experienced sexual violence or abuse in schools is the ability to provide a supported referral, in particular because of the failures of interagency coordination that you spoke of. And given that obviously we're in a mandatory reporting environment, and I take those duties very seriously, it's of significant concern to me that a number of clients that I've had have been too afraid to continue with pursuing accessing justice for violence they've experienced themselves or their children have experienced, specifically for fear of secondary victimization or retaliation. My question, so that I suppose that's the comment, just to say that I totally agree that it's a massive concern that we have in the child protection space. But my question is whether the Children's Institute or other organizations you work with have any data on retaliation specifically, or also secondary victimization in the Western Cape. I know obviously that's very difficult because the whole nature of retaliation means people will often withdraw from reporting processes, but it would be very useful in some of our advocacy. So just wanted to ask that question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can I also just ask, once you've introduced yourself, as I said for the minutes, just also give an indication as to who your question is directed to. Thank you, because I'm just trying to manage the online hands as well. I might just miss out on that. Thank you. Your question was referred to?
Sorry, Chair, it was for the Children's Institute.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Mr. Mohammed?
Good morning again. My name is Jabbar Mohammed. I'm the Provincial Director for DEFSA Western Cape. Thank you for our three presenters this morning, and I've learned quite a bit. But simply from my side, I'm representing the deaf community and deaf children, whether it's infants, adults, anyone who is deaf in the deaf community, and parents who are deaf, but the child is hearing. So the first question that I do have is from the first presenter for the research that she's done over the last 20 years. And your focus has not been, do you have any focus on children who are deaf or who have disabilities? Because we get many cases that are related to disability or deaf children who cannot communicate, whether it's in court, they are adopted, but the policies are not being followed or implemented well. The child doesn't, or the parents doesn't understand the culture of deaf children. So it worries and concerns me, because if a person is a qualified social worker or psychologist or any person who is a professional, they say to a child, "Oh, shame, you're deaf. Let's just listen to your mother because your mother is a speaking person." But what about the feelings and the concerns and the urgency of the child? So from our DEFSA perspective, we provide language and the bridge of communication that is needed. And I don't mean to criticize anyone, but nothing in your presentations, any of the three presentations have any representations of disability. Now we're talking about the parent chat, right? Remember, for the deaf person, the first language is sign language. It's not IS, it's not International Sign Language, it's South African Sign Language. So you need to do a lot of research, detailed research, that will be linked to the child and or a deaf person. I mean, 90% of parents are not deaf to deaf children. They don't know how to communicate with the child that is deaf, which saddens me. It saddens my heart because we need to be able to communicate with our children for us to be able to make sure that they are not emotionally affected as they grow. So could you please do more research on that? And then Home Affairs, I want to say thank you very much. We just, sorry. Okay, so if someone gets married at Home Affairs, say 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? So basically me and myself, which is DEFSA and Home Office, we just got married, and where we are trying to provide access to deaf people relating to different types of issues. And the example of what they've done is to listen to us, make us a stakeholder or a partner. And because they understand that we understand what deaf people need. Yes, everyone needs to stand in a line, but as a deaf person, you're standing in a line, you don't know what's going on, you don't have information, you don't know what the announcements are, you don't know if it's offline or online. So we need to have clear, transparent lines of communication. So I put down on my notes, access to language. We cite South African Sign Language. What are you doing about that? Parents who have deaf children, but the parents are hearing. How are they establishing communication lines between themselves and the child? Let's say a child wants to report rape, that is for SAPS, with the police. Do you understand the cultural nuances that are involved when you are speaking to a deaf person or to a deaf child? Maybe you don't have a sign language interpreter there to assist with the communication of it all. So how do we protect the child who's deaf or who has a disability? Because some deaf children have multiple disabilities, not just one disability. So I haven't seen anything relating to disability at all in any of the presentations. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I recognize Member Boyson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, mine are not questions, but they are comments. Comments to all of us in here as stakeholders. Firstly, Chairperson, on behalf of the new members of this committee, we want to say thank you for you under your leadership for this engagement of this important nature. We've been informed that it's the first time that it has happened at this scale. We really appreciate that. And for all the stakeholders who are present here, it is an indication that we really want to deal with the matters at hand. But Chairperson, it is true what the first presenter said, that there's violence all over the world. But the difference is in South Africa, our violence is, our crimes are violent. And Chairperson, part of it at times, we're also very renowned for playing the blame game. And I think my hope is that after today, Chairperson, we're no longer going to play the blame game, but we're all going to be hands on deck. We know where the cracks are. We know what we're supposed to do. And at times it's the lack of political will. And we as politicians, we take that on the chin. But I'd also like to ask the rest of the society and the representatives here, we also need to do the professional right thing in terms of we know how the corruption occur. We know that where I'm looking for the word, there's also an offtake. It takes two to tango. Somebody creates a market and somebody then provides to that market. And my hope is that after today, all of us in here, in our little corners, in our little professional institutions, let us do the right thing. Let us report crime. Let us be whistleblowers. And I'm glad that SAPS and the NPA are here. At times, SAPS would do their work, and SAPS would be failed by the judiciary, and the judiciary would not come and explain to the communities What do they take into account for seeing criminals in the street the next day? There are conditions for bail, and sometimes that confuses communities. So the more we educate ourselves, the better the society would be. And I'm mentioning this, Chairperson, because unfortunately, after tea, I will be following this online. I need to be at another engagement, but I will continue to engage as the presentations are going on. But I am hopeful, and hopefully after the 2 days of these engagements, we will definitely be a different society going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Boyson. I now move online. Member Stevens, you almost forfeited your opportunity. Please go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. I was first listening to my colleague, Member Boyson. Yes, I also just wanted to say to our first representative, the UCT, as I was listening, I realized that there's a Children Act 38 of 2005. In listening to the UCT, that nobody is actually recognizing that act, because according to the act, that all children's got the right to be protected against maltreatment, neglect, and abuse. And there's so much abuse against the children. And to me, I'm also glad that SAPS are here and that the Social Development Department are here. Because I'm not going to blame, we don't want to blame or point fingers, but I also think it's like time that social development and the police, they need to get the act together, because a lot of times they are also failing our children out there. And I'm not talking about experience, how they are failing our children. So please, can we get back to the Children Act 38 of 2005 and start protecting our children, because they've got a rights. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member Stevens. And I think as we progress and evolve into the, perhaps if it's not today's session, it's Monday's session, I'm sure we would be in a position to again ask that very crucial question, that where there is legislation, why is it still the case as we are, the reason for why we are here. I'm going to move online, Ms. Betty Nieuwoud, and after Ms. Nieuwoud, I'm going to conclude the session, or rather, I'm going to give my very, very brief input. Ms. Betty Nieuwoud, and then Member Grant Marais, and then myself, and then we will take a short break. You may proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair. Just firstly, thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to agree with the member. I think this is hugely successful. Just on the Department of Home Affairs, we will keep you the whole day busy. So what we have concluded, we will rather arrange for a meeting. But there are two things that I just want to bring to the attention of the committee. The one is, and maybe to Home Affairs, the illegal the registration of newborns from mothers who are illegally and undocumented in the country, using other people's passports to register the child. And then when it came to our attention, it's not possible to register the child. Are they aware of it, and what can we do and how can we address it? The second one is just on the 30-day time frame to register a child. Why 30 days? Is there not a possibility, because that is easier to do a late registration on the 30-day time frame? What is the possibility to maybe give thought to increase that 30 days? And then just on Member Stevens' comment, the last comment that she made, the biggest transgression that we find is the non-compliance with Section 110 of the Children's Act. If a case is not reported to social workers or to the DCPOs, how can we address that? And maybe that is a point of discussion, Madam Chair, that we can take forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nieuwoud. And then Member Mare.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I first of all want to say thank you to you for arranging this. This has been very insightful, and we've got a lot of work to do after this particular sessions that have been set up. Just a comment that our violence is a deep-rooted violence, especially in South Africa, as we can hear, and we saw the figures. And because it starts at birth, as it's been our first presenter made it very clear that it starts at birth. Before the child even enters this world, that little fetus has already experienced violence because they observe things even as an unborn a being. And so we have an enormous responsibility to really take in today everything that's been said, and that this committee will, I'm sure it will on Monday, unpack all of these things so that we can assure those who have presented today that nothing that they've presented will be overlooked, but that we will respond as members of this House. But also, Madam Chair, we need to then look at our future, because we are busy shaping the future by our actions of today. And if we can start preventing abuse of our little children, we will have a better future, because they are the future leaders that we will depend on. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Member Mare. And perhaps just from my side, briefly, a mention was made, Ms. Jameson, in terms of the violence in South Africa is more severe. Now, us working in the communities, we know that, not that we know, we see a lot. Why is it the case that violence specifically in South Africa is more severe than other countries? Why is that? And also in terms of intergenerational violence, I think you made the example of if it happened to a boy child, for example, he will also find or also be violent in a relationship. My question basically is, if we know these things, it's there, it's proven, what is it within the space that we find ourselves? Why is it that there's no programs in place to curb that? And I can understand your frustration this morning. The number of years, speaking to this, and it's proven to be the case. What are the reasons, if you can perhaps enlighten the committee, why these things are not addressed? I mean, crime is broad, of course. We can have a whole day, a whole week, I think, conversation relating to that. But I'm speaking specifically to those principles that you have highlighted. And perhaps to the research team, you have presented the digital parenting package. You've made mention of Woolsley, for example, where you drove a pilot project. Woolsley is one of the rural areas within the province. Do you find it conducive, for the lack of a better word, that such a package can really make an impact in an area where, signal is sometimes an issue, but also where people can't afford the cost of data? And then just to Home Affairs, what specifically is your collaboration with the Departments of Social Development and Education when it comes to children that are not registered by birth? Is there such? Obviously, they won't find themselves in a school, I assume, because they don't have a birth certificate. But proactively, what are the collaboration between the two? And then also, I would like to understand, given the very recent tragedy, and I mean the case that made headlines in terms of children, traffic. What are your role within a scenario like that? Thank you very much. I think I'm going to start, Ms. Jameson. We can move then over to the research team, and then we will go to Home Affairs. Thank you.
So, first of all, although my presentation was described as catastrophic, in your point about the Children's Act, that we do have some programs in place. There are pockets of excellence, and many of the practitioners, NGOs, DSD, other government organizations really are trying as hard as they can. But the simple fact is we don't have enough resources. So the net that is supposed to be a safety net, quite frankly, has very large holes in it. But there are some programs, there's examples of best practice and excellence, but they're just too few and far between. That is to deal with the cases that do get reported, and only 1 in 10 cases are reported. So we really are reaching very few families and children in need. The question about secondary victimization and trauma, we don't have statistics, but our qualitative work shows that, in the child abuse tracking study, the cases that actually went to court, most of them didn't, but the cases that did go to court, it took years. And most of the cases that went to court and were closed, it took between 2 and 4 years. In every single one, there was evidence of secondary victimization, because those children and families are having to relive that experience. The number of times that those hearings were cancelled, the different people that they had to speak to. So we don't have the statistics, but qualitative evidence shows that there's a lot of secondary trauma for people who, and victimization from people who come into contact with the system. Thank you for the comments about children with disabilities, and in particular the deaf. The Closing the Gap study, where we were looking at, specifically the needs of women and children, that was an issue that came up frequently, that in particular there were very few sign language interpreters available at police stations and the courts, and that even when there was a scheduled court hearing involving a child who was deaf, and all children have a right to participate in those proceedings. So even when it was known that there was a child that was deaf who was going to be participating, they often had to wait hours for a sign language interpreter to come up. In your question about, our own research, one of the things that we have learned is that, obviously, and this won't be news to you, that, children with disabilities are more at risk of abuse and less likely to get help. They are underrepresented in research, and one of the things we actually, in preparing groups, that we do a lot of work as well with children to try and ensure that their rights to participate in law and policy reform are respected. So when the Children's Bill was last being amended, we supported different groups of children, some of their representatives are here, to participate in that process. And the young people said to us then, we had sign language interpreters as part of that process, and they said, that's great, but you need to tell people before you start that that's a service that's going to be available. So we learned from that. We've relooked at our recruitment materials, and we have to be more proactive in advertising the fact that we have the support services, the interpretation available to make sure that children are included in our research going forward. Thank you. I think that's all from me.
Very much. Katse.
Yeah, thank you very much for your comments and questions regarding the inclusion of disability and disabled parents and children in our work. I think the first most exciting thing is that there actually is a module which is under development right now. No worries. Maybe start again. No worries. Saying thank you for your comments and your questions regarding the inclusion of parents and children with disabilities in our work. And I was saying the most exciting thing is that we do have a child development module, which is currently being tested by one of our other studies in Gauteng and KZN at the moment. And the focus of that module is on child disability as well as nutrition. So the inclusion of both of those. In terms of the parent text program as it stands, I agree. We do not have sign language included. All of the, if you select text and images, of course, you can access the program in that way. All of the content that is shared via video does have subtitles. When parents enter the survey, or enter the program, we're also asking them about their home language, one of which is sign language. And in terms of collecting some additional data over and above that, we do also have questions within the survey in the chatbot about parent and child disability. And so we will be able to get some data, at least from the Western Cape, our regions there around that. And then also just as a last point to add that one of the referral categories in our help menu also is for children with disabilities. There's a referral there to Department of Social Development, and we would happily include DEFSA. We can maybe have a conversation about whether there's a toll-free number or a zero-rated website we can include. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then I move over to...
Just with regards to your question on the data connectivity in a rural area and so on.
Thank you.
So actually, we specifically wanted to test in the most rural area that we are thinking about because of the fact that we understand not only data connectivity is an issue, but resources are lower and patients are also much further apart. It is also a community in which the farming is a key source, and so seasonal labor is also an issue. And so we were very aware of that and kind of selected it because of that. One of the things that we found very important when we first started was that studies have actually shown that 92% of households have a mobile phone, and 94% of South Africans between the age of 16 and 64 years old use WhatsApp, which is why we selected WhatsApp specifically within South Africa as our channel of communication. We've also within the app included suggestions of hotspots, including the suggestion that if they take out the library membership, they will be able to get more data, but also understanding that that might be a time when they can take their children to the library and the children can actually get books, etc. as well. So kind of a hidden benefit. We've also made sure that the data use itself is quite minimal in the app, and that there is that obvious selection of what they're able to do. And it's daily, like they can choose daily. So on days when they actually do have better connectivity, if they're at work or something and they do have connectivity there, they may be able to. But also understanding that specifically Wolseley, work might not, for example, be domestic work where there's a connectivity, but farm labor where there isn't. And so that's something that we did check. A lot of the numbers which we included within the referral menu, we were actually very limited to because of the fact that we needed either zero-rated websites, WhatsApp numbers, or toll-free numbers, so that we could ensure that what was on that website or what was made available was something that they could reach out to without any issue of contact. And then also understanding one of the other big things that we understood was that not even though there's a phone in every household, there are multi-users for each of those phones. And so we've also made sure not only with sort of the safety of those parents when we are busy checking it, but also things like when we were recruiting in the clinics to have little slips of paper that they could take home with a number in case they didn't themselves have a cell phone, but they could take it home and use a neighbor or friend's cell phone. So we were very, very aware of it and kind of felt if it worked in this area, it could possibly work anyway. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm covered in that sense, Ms. Jameson. Any study research done? I think the question in terms of the severity of crime in the country, and also any collaboration to stop the scourge of intergenerational violence. Thank you.
Apologies. so it's very complex to answer that question about why is it more severe. We can tell that it's more severe when we look at cross-country comparisons, and in particular in the qualitative data about the number of times that an individual experiences violence. They are often also experiencing violence at the hands of a caregiver. What's driving that severity is, in part due to if you remember that slide I showed you with the murders, the green bars, which were the community violence, that it's easy to explain why we have so many deaths. We have more guns in South Africa. So that's the easy one to explain about the severity and the number of child homicides in the kind of teen group. Explaining why our children are brutally raped, why babies are, South Africa is an outlier. You will find in any country that there is a story of a baby rape. But here in this country, we have, and most of these cases do not make the headlines. We have a baby rape every 3 days. That's national figures. We also have rape homicides happening at a similar level. There is no one who can tell you definitively why we are experiencing these kinds of really severe forms of violence. But it points to the country's history of colonization, state brutality during apartheid, and how these forms of violence that we see in our communities and in our personal relationships have been tolerated and entrenched over decades and generations. And unpacking that is complicated, and undoing it is equally complicated. We also have, South Africa, if you look at child poverty, the figures and the Gini coefficient, it's an average. But what we actually have is really intense extremes. So where there is, where we look actually at the families who are outside of the services, the invisible children who are not registered with Home Affairs, who are not getting any kinds of support, then you tend to find that it's a combination of extremes that are coming together, intense pressures. We also have, in our communities in the Western Cape, we have organized crime, we have gangs, which increases the tension. We have amazing pressures in some communities. That's why I think it's important that we don't look at the broad figures. As I said, the national prevalence study showed 42% of children. But when you go into communities, and our communities are not all the same, and they experience different pressures. And in some areas in the Western Cape where government officials, NGOs are in fear for violence against themselves, extreme violence. Any of us who've worked in Lavender Hill, some of the gangland areas, you go in there knowing that you could be shot at today, right? So there's a combination of what we've got is areas where we've got a combination of different factories, a complex history, organized crime, and extreme social pressures. And all of those have been undealt with for generations, which has just made it normal. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much. That indeed gives better insight. Ms. Michaels, I'm going to give over to you, and then just to latch on to your response, Brigadier, do you mind if I give you an opportunity just to give input based on what was said, please? Thank you. Ms. Michaels.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the case cited in terms of undocumented foreign mothers who provides or are provided with, I think I understood it, passports of documented foreign nationals. I'm not aware of that specific case. What I can just alert to is when a birth occurs of a mother who is a foreign national, the Department of Home Affairs still has the responsibility of noting the birth. So where we still go through a noting of birth procedure and a written notice of that birth is provided to the mother, that is utilized by that parent to go to his or her own country or embassy in the country to register that child as a citizen of that country. So it means that by noting of the birth, that child is not registered on our South African National Population Register. Just to mention that, we do, however, we have been seeing a trend of South African mothers providing South African documentation to undocumented foreign nationals to utilize to register children, foreign national children on our NPR and attempting to do so. Hence, once again, the more stringent measures in the late registration of birth process, because that often happens when the child isn't registered within the 30 days. And hence also, once again, the desire to register that child within the hospital, because mother is there, you're still in hospital, the likelihood that this is actually your child is 99%. I think that also just addresses the mention made of increasing the 30 days. On that, the 30 days is as per legislation. It's just that us as Home Affairs are not as yet levying any penalty as yet for registrations beyond 30 days. Also to mention that if you come with a child of 35 days, 31 between a year, the registration can still be done within that day, and you can still be, as a parent, issued with the birth certificate in the same day. Just addressing that part, I'm just going to ask my colleague, Ms. Komotso, also just to address the 30 days aspect that was raised.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to give a background on the legislative requirement that a child should be registered within 30 days of birth. It was not, and it is not, a Home Affairs decision. It was as a result of the National Development Plan 2030. So it was a government decision. It was based also on the trends that are happening within the continent and within the world. In the CRVS, Civil Registration and Vital Statistics. It was also based on strengthening the integrity of the National Population Register system to ensure that we register the child at the point of the birth occurrence, to make sure that that child is a South African. And so the only point is it is at a health facility where immediately when the birth has occurred. Now, the upside of that government decision was also to deal with the issue of the late registration of births, because in the absence of legislation to enforce the 30 days, society then relaxes because there is no legislation. There is nothing forcing them to register the birth of that child. And those kids, they fall within the cracks. Within 30 days, anything can happen to a parent, which then complicates the birth of that child. So now the department was tasked to say, how do we then ensure that we drive this piece of legislation to say within 30 days, we ensure that the birth those births have been registered into our systems, but also to identify those where the child is born of a foreign national. How do we then deal with those? It has been regulated and gazetted, so we also note those births. The how part, the department has increased the footprint on the health facility. I want to believe that all of us seated here, we know that there are so many health facilities per category that have footprint of Home Affairs to ensure that when the birth occurs, that birth is registered. The collaboration, intense collaboration with the Department of Health in terms of a facility called the Mom Connect. The Mom Connect, before even the child is born, the clinics, they ensure that they register that pregnant mother in that Mom Connect facility. They remind them that you should have your birth, your ID and all that, reminding them to register the child before you leave the hospital. So the department has aggressively and is still continuing to aggressively collaborate with the Department of Home Affairs, with the Department of Health, to ensure that the health facilities are connected and those babies are registered accordingly. Our mobile outreach, they form part of the awareness, the advocacy, and also to register where we don't have footprint, either a hospital or a brick and mortar health Home Affairs office. So the 30 days, it is not a Home Affairs decision. It was a government decision, of which, as a continent and as SADC, there was an agreement to say by 2030, South Africa should be able to register births within 30 days, 98%. And we have benchmarked against countries like your Egypt, your Morocco, that are at 99%. We're still continuing to benchmark against our SADC countries, Namibia, Botswana, and Lesotho, because now they have learned so much from South Africa that now they are overtaking us and we are regressing. And that is an issue for us as a department, because we need to aggressively drive the early birth registration system. I think I have responded to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just in terms of the collaboration, my colleague has just indicated that the collaboration at a national level, there's a social cluster where the Department of Home Affairs, together with social development and education, are in regular contact with each other. Then at provincial level, the communication and collaboration, I think I'm going to start with education, is mostly related again to late registrations of births as an enabler, as well as where the Department of Education plays a vital role in us verifying some of the documents that we need within the LRB process, as well as campaigning so that we ensure that our learners of 16 and above has ID documents to ultimately have the ability to enroll and have an ID when they write their matric exam. So we have a mobile outreach to school specifically around that area. We also at times have our interviews at schools or at which brings it closer to the communities where really we can see that these communities are indigent and cannot afford the trip to the closest Home Affairs office. We also, with social development, the same LRBs, late registrations of birth, there is a collaboration. We have a structure that we meet, I would say a governance structure that has been started on a quarterly basis. That is at provincial level, but we also have quite close relations at a district level and operational level. The other area where there's also relations and that we are dependent on each other is with the adoption processes, of course. Thank you, Chair. There's just the trafficking aspect that Ms. van der Berg is going to address.
Thank you, Chairperson. There's actually two scenarios in the process of detecting a victim of trafficking. So it can either be by the immigration inspectorate while they are busy doing in loco inspections of farms or businesses, and then they would report that the moment that it is perceived to be a trafficking incident of trafficking, it would be reported to the DPCI. To the South African Police Services, who would then make an assessment of the case and then refer it to the DPCI for the activation of the other stakeholders. When SAPS detect such a case, they would call in the Department of Home Affairs to verify the status of the victims, and thereafter it would also be referred to the DPCI for further activation of the other stakeholders. The perpetrator would then be charged with trafficking and the immigration contraventions as a secondary charge on the charge sheet.
Thank you very much. And then, Brigadier, I'm going to give over to you. Perhaps just reintroduce yourself for the minute taking, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Brigadier Tanzi. I'm from South African Police Services, attached to FCS, that is Family Violence, Child Protection, and Sexual Offences Unit. I'll just touch first on Mrs. Jamison's, just noted some few points there, where she mentioned about the unresponsive services, the lack of coordination between SAPS and prosecutors, lack of gender sensitivity trainings, the issue of the statements, referrals to DSD. Maybe let me start by saying South African Police Service is taking it very serious with regards to crimes against children and women. And as such, it is emphasizing and encouraging a professionalism within the South African Police Services in dealing with those cases. At all the police stations, there's victim-friendly rooms where when a gender-based violence complainant or victim comes, she is taken or he is taken to the victim-friendly rooms. I'm saying this because I've taken note of what you mentioned of the rape case of a lady in the taxi, and then the SARS members commented on the dress. That is not allowed. It's not allowed at all. It's not condoned at all by South African Police Services. And training is being done with the frontliners, that is community service centers members, as to how they must treat the victims or the complainants that come to the service centers. That is why we always encourage the fact that if there's such complaints, they must immediately be reported so that consequence management can be taken to that. The lack of coordination between SAPS and the prosecutors, there is a lot of improvement. On a monthly basis, we are meeting on implementation meetings. Those meetings, they involved some station commanders, branch commanders, investigating officers, that is the commanders of detectives and FCS, where we iron out everything that can cause, that can affect or hamper the case not to be tried. So there is a very good working relationship between SAPS and the prosecutors. A lack of gender sensitivity training. There are trainings in place within the South African Police Service, and even the members that are there at the Charge Office Community Service Centers, they are being trained. There's a course that all the detective in FCS environment that is called Sexual Offences Course. There is FCS course. There is detective course. In all of these courses that I've mentioned, the issue of dealing with clients of victims of crime is very important, and members are being trained as to how to deal with children and how to deal with women. That is also including gender-based violence. The issue of, maybe let me touch as well on this issue of domestic violence. The members at the VISPOL environment, that is the police that are wearing a uniform as well as the detectives, they are all trained on domestic violence, how to handle the cases of domestic violence. Coming to the issue of the statements at the community service centers, the representativity at the community service centers is taken very serious to avoid what you mentioned that, let me say, a Xhosa speaking will come to lay a case, but now there is an African speaking or an English speaking. So what actually he or she wanted to say, he cannot express himself or herself. So that is why it is important at the CSC that there is a Xhosa speaking person, there is an English speaking person, there is an African speaking person, so that it can accommodate everyone that comes in order for that, whatever that is being said is interpreted correctly. Referrals to the DSD by SAPS members, we've got a Form 22 that we are using, where we refer. I can see you. I can see maybe you loading. I can safely say that within the FCS environment, that form is being utilized in referring the cases to DSTs, more especially also the cases of child abuse. At our Tutuzela care centers also, referrals are being made to the DST. So if maybe there are those cases that were not, I would love to make a follow-up on that one, ma'am. I will then come to the issue of trafficking that has been mentioned by the colleagues of Home Affairs. It is correct that the cases of trafficking are being investigated. It is within the mandate of Director for Priority Crimes, that is DPCI. If in these cases it happens to be that there is a minor child, ourselves, FCS and DPCI are working together. We are trained in obtaining the statements of children. So they conduct us, we obtain the statement of the child, and especially if it's a sexual offense case, we also assist by taking that victim to hospital or to Tutuzela Care Center for medical examination. At Tutuzela Care Centers, there are counselors that are there, as well as in some of the police stations, there are counselors. So we are working together when there is a case of a child and it's sexual related. But trafficking is in their mandate. Chair, I will quickly go to the point that was raised by Mr. Mohammed. of the rape cases of a deaf, if I may put it, sorry if I put it wrong, a victim. We solely depend on Deaf SA. When we have a case, we request their services for interpreters who can interpret for the victim, and then I can safely say that Mr. Mohammed is helping us in that regard. So we don't have from us as South African Police Service people that are specifically doing that job as interpreters. There was a mention of programs that are in place to fight crimes against children. South African Police Service is taking it very serious, the issue of gender-based violence as well as crimes against children. There was the establishment of FCS units, that is Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences units. Those members are trained to deal with crimes against children, sexual-related crimes against women and children. There's also programs within VISPOLs at schools that we call safer schools, where the members are interacting with schools. If there's cases that are there, it's being reported and then it's being investigated. We, as SAFS members, were engaged in terms of awareness campaigns and talks at schools, engaging with children, informing them or advising them, because we've seen a trend now of a lot of sexual assault cases that are being reported at schools. Yes, we are doing awareness campaigns at schools, and we love and we like the fact that people are coming out now to report these cases, but they are receiving attention, those cases. So we're taking that as very serious. There are programs in place to fight crimes against children. I will pause there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brigadier Chansi. Am I pronouncing your surname? Thank you very much. Honorable members and stakeholders and guests, I think we're going to conclude with this session. Just to take a brief leg stretch and for you to get something to drink, something warm. I do recognize the Honorable Minister Wenger, the Minister for Health and Wellness in the Western Cape. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. And we will have some, I'm sure, some input from you once it's your chance. I just need to establish before we break, the NPA, Advocate Ali, you are up next after the break. Just give us an indication as to how long. I see you don't necessarily do a formal presentation, but you give input. How long is that more or less? So that we can just align the program.
Madam Chair, that can be about 10 to 15 minutes.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure, being from the NPA, there will be questions.
Yes, indeed. Thank you. And then Mosaic as online advocate.
Yes, I am online. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. If you can just give us an indication of the time span of your input. Please.
Similarly, probably 10 minutes. It is not
Thank you
as
very
long.
much.
Thank you.
Appreciate. Thank you. And we're not trying to rush you, just so that we can streamline our program. And then Dr. Wessels.
I think also 10 to 15 minutes.
Sure, thank you. And then after that, we will have the Department of Health and Wellness, and after which we will break, but we will see how we do for time. Perhaps we can proceed with the rest of the program. Thank you. We will break now and be back at, say, 20 to 1, please. Thank you. give everyone to be able to do justice to the various presentations. Advocate Ali, we've had a request from Mosaic, if they can perhaps go before you. If it's not possible, you can indicate so, then we proceed.
I have no problem if I go first.
Is it in order? Advocate Chuchu McMillan, are you online?
I am online. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. You may proceed.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Advocate Ali. I appreciate the solidarity. I just have a 1 o'clock call that I must jump on quickly, so I really appreciate this time. And thank you very much to all the members and the chairperson and for the committee to, first of all, to convene such a space where we can deliberate on the state of child protection within the province and how we can strengthen it. I appreciate as well just the opening and having researchers and the Children's Institute really ground us in knowledge, but also in best practice and what we can do. In the short time that I have, I thought, much of the situations have been raised in detail, but to bring in, particularly as Mosaic, for those that do not know the organization, Mosaic Training Service and Healing Center has been in existence for 30 years. We are a community-based NGO. We provide urgent and practical services to survivors of domestic and intimate partner violence in the province. And we have access to justice programs in courts. We run our 422 Zela care centers providing first responder services. We have 2 shelters, a stage 1 and a stage 2 shelter in Albertini and Heidelberg area, which covers and provides services, of course, as part of the Western Cape shelter movement. And of note, here, we work in various communities, Mitchells Plain, Philippi, Khayelitsha, Atlantis, Worcester, and we stretch across the province, both rural and in urban areas. And it's with this context in mind that we get to see firsthand. I want to highlight, part of our voice in bringing response in which various stakeholders come together to bring solutions. We've got state and non-state actors within the platform. And I know, and I want to acknowledge some members of the Mitchells Plain Safe platform that are on this call that have been waiting. And particularly, I want to highlight because recently we've had a successful petition, and I'm grateful to Advocate Ali being present because, like, for instance, we've been working with the NPA very closely in Mitchells Plain, where we've had incidences of teachers, a teacher in a particular school, a female teacher actually, who has been accused of sexual grooming and sexual violence and sexual offense against a minor child within the school. And this, of course, spans across it's an isolated incident that I'm highlighting, but it extends to many things, particularly within the school system that we're seeing. So I would like to highlight this because I think particularly Western Cape Education Department is a competency that is closely linked to the legislature, and it's something that we can look not from a response perspective, but what are we doing within schools, not only to look at it from that parents and children, but that schools are a caregiving environment in which we send our children to, and we need it to be a safe space. And how are we vetting teachers? How are we ensuring that teachers are a safe space for children? We can link this case to the Eastern Cape case that we have recently looked at, and we're like, not in our province. How do we begin to ensure that our province do not fall victim to this issue? So that's something that I wanted to highlight, and particularly for us to, when we're thinking about child protection, how do we really strengthen the institution of schools? I know that through Professor Shanaz Matthews, particularly, she's the champion of the Good Schools model that Raising Voices has in Uganda. And I would implore members, particularly, to look into things like that and maybe to engage her and Lucy on models like that, on how to actually effectively work with teachers, but with the whole ecosystem within that caregiving environment of schools where children are. I think that's one of the big things. The second thing that I wanted to highlight is linked to shelters. And again, looking at that strengthening actors for effective response. For us, when we are thinking about the ecosystem in which women and children, and earlier when the colleagues from UCT were talking about, and some of the child protection issues that came, is around the issues of that affect the adults affecting the child. And sometimes that can look like it clashes, right? Because you've got the needs of the adult woman, mostly who experience violence, and in particular when talking about domestic and intimate partner violence, and the children in that intersection. And sometimes we create programs that are parallel to each other instead of looking at them from an intersectional perspective and how that works. And so that's something that I think when we are really looking, and in particularly with practitioners, duty bearers, whether it's police officers, social workers, magistrates, even when they're looking at children's courts issues, or well, we need to look at those things. So for us, particularly in the Western Cape, looking to DSD, looking to police and the system itself in which we build the child protection system, I think training our personnel to be able to work at the intersection is one of the big challenges we have when it comes to child protection, because you have competing issues. They become a competition instead of it being something that you interlink. And so those are some of the things that we work on, particularly in SAFE, is how do we look at the competency not as a competing issue, but as an intersectional issue. Can a social worker look at the needs of the mother and the needs of the child in a concurrent way, but in an intersectional way, in a way that can meet both requirements, but not letting go, right? So you might have mandatory reporting when it comes to the child, but you don't have it with the adult, but without really pursuing the needs of the children, you let go of something. So how do you make sure that that works? And I think the Domestic Violence Act and the Children's Act is something that we really need to look closely in a way that it does not become a competing thing, but in a way that it becomes a complementary thing. And I think we celebrated the amendments, but we sometimes didn't look at how they might clash in a way to ensure we're advancing the needs. And I think those are things that, from a legislature perspective, we really need to look into in order to advance proper child protection. We have given some duties in the Domestic Violence Act, right, around mandatory reporting when children are witnessing domestic violence in the home, all of those things. But what does that do when there's an adult? The children are dependent on adults that care for them. And sometimes those are the ones that are exposing them to the violence. How does the child claim those rights? Right? What do we need to do in terms of linking the child protection, the Children's Act to the Domestic Violence Act? So those are things that I really want to live with us, that complexity, because I think from a policy perspective and a law perspective, we have not grappled with it. I know that you know, some of us talk about it, but since we have your ear and the committee's ear, it's something to look at it from a law perspective and a law reform perspective and a policy advancement perspective. So those are some of the things that I think I wanted to highlight, particularly in this room, and leave with the members to engage on. And as we look to solutions, how do we strengthen the child protection system? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your input, Advocate. Much appreciated. Can I just ask, will you still be around for any questions?
If the questions are going to be a bit later, I'm going to log back in. I'm going to be away for an hour.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll manage the time. If we do miss each other, we will find a way to structure our questions to you and
Thank you.
get
I'm
them
happy.
to you.
Yes, I am happy to also put my answers in writing and send them through.
Thank you so much. And all the best with your further commitments.
Thank you.
We'll keep in touch. Thank you. And at this point, I'm going to give over to Advocate Ali. Thank you so much for your patience.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Advocate Meg Ali. I'm a Deputy Director within the Director of Public Prosecutions Office. My portfolio or my function is to oversee the operational prosecutorial functions of the DPP or in this division when it comes to the vulnerable groups, particularly women and children and senior citizens. So primarily also my portfolio will touch on gender-based violence related crimes as well as child justice and any other related spaces within that sphere. So I think if I want to start off with my input, I think it's important for everybody to understand what we do at the NPA. And I also want to highlight in brief the evolution that took place within the NPA from purely just being prosecutorial and how we evolved our strategy and how we starting to approach what we do. So our mandate essentially is to prosecute crimes in the name of the state. We are not investigators. We do not investigate crime. We can initiate investigations, yes. We can guide investigations, yes, but we do not investigate. We do not arrest people. We can initiate or cause the arrest of a person, but we do not arrest. Our function is purely prosecutorial and any other incidental issue that may arise from a prosecution. In the past, we used to be quite pedantic in what our function is. But of late, we've also realized that we have to adjust our strategy in terms of how we approach what we do. And we have become a lot more victim-centric. And we have realized that even though we are at the tail end of what happens in society, we do have a role to play in terms of our input and how we engage with our important client, which would be our victims or survivors. So from our perspective, we have started to embark on a process where we are more, like I indicated earlier, victim-centric in our approach, where we are looking at the needs and start to cater for the needs of our victims, because those are, we've realized the importance of our victims, because more often than not, they are our only witnesses. And our case would only be as good as the evidence. And by note, it would be because of witnesses. If witnesses do not participate in the criminal justice system, our hands are tied, because we have a mandate to first of all establish, is there a prima facie case? Once we've established that, to further inquire whether we have sufficient evidence to establish or to present a case where there's a reasonable prospect for successful prosecution. And we cannot do that without the participation of our witnesses. And our witnesses are invariably the people who are the victims of crime. So hence our shift in how we look at what we do. In order to perform our function, we are dependent heavily on our partner, PAPS. In my portfolio, I'm heavily dependent on the members of the FCS teams, who primarily deals with sexual offences. We, again, to your point, we do have regular engagements. It's crucial for us to do so, because it's crucial for us to try and impart what we need in order to have a successful prosecution. Does it always work? No, because the criminal justice system is not perfect. Like with any relationship, it is not perfect. We have several engagements, we have strategic sessions, we have review sessions. We're able to pick up the phone and call and say, but we have certain issues with a certain case, please assist. But it doesn't mean, for instance, that that's going to happen across the board, because SAPS will have a resource problem, as with the NPA. We also have a resource problem. Besides SAPS, we're also heavily dependent on the Department of Social Development for what we do within the GBV space.
And then there's also the Department of Health as well. So in order to almost join everything together, we do have the Tutuzela care centers that was initiated by the NPA. And it's almost a one-stop center for victims of crime to come, particularly gender-based violence, and also for victims of child abuse to come and have not only the reporting of the crime, but also to have the investigating officer come and assist there, also with the medical practitioners to do the medical examinations. So we do not work in isolation. Once we eventually get to court with a proper case, we are also dependent on the broader criminal justice system, which will include the judiciary, who are in control of role planning and setting of dates. So oftentimes we get a lot of flack from the public. Why does it take so long for a matter to be, to be heard? We are dependent on the judiciary to give us a court date. We do not set the dates. We have input, we can ask, but ultimately it's the judiciary that will determine which date a matter will be heard. We are also dependent then on the Defense Council, oftentimes led through LAD, the legal aid services, and then also private practice as well. So you have to juggle at the end of the day. When it comes to the criminal justice system, it's not a pleasant system. It's fraught with many faults, gaps, operational gaps, systemic gaps. It's almost like sometimes I see it as an elephant, ungainly, doesn't work quickly, nothing. Sometimes it feels, literally for myself as a prosecutor, it feels that nothing is working, even though I'm a part of that system. But unfortunately, it's a system that we have. And I think part of the issues that I've picked up in my 27 years as a prosecutor is that in order to beat the system, you have to be part of the system. And too often people try to avoid the system. And because they avoid the system, their cases never get heard. It senses you going to the media and complaining about your case when you yourself do not want to participate in your own case. And to the point of domestic violence related matters, sexual offenses, we have our biggest problem when it comes to domestic violence, and invariably where children are also involved, would be the lack of cooperation that we get from our victims. I have, for instance, we've been tracking our cases of late to see where's the burning issues. I can say in a specific town, there were 30 new matters placed on the court roll for the month, domestic violence related matters. 28, 29 matters were eventually withdrawn. Why? Because the complainant came and she begged and pleaded with the prosecutor, please withdraw the matter. I don't want to proceed. It's only when he's got a specific problem with alcohol that he will come. He's a breadwinner. I've got children. I don't want to be a single mom, etc., etc. In order to alleviate that issue, because we fully understand, because it is a cycle of violence and it's sometimes difficult to break that cycle where you have the victim who then becomes, who will breed, or the system, we start with a perpetrator, you have a victim who then becomes also a perpetrator and a victim. And so it's a never ending cycle. So we've embarked, and here we have DSD was sitting behind me now earlier, but they were quite helpful with starting a pilot project in Mitchell's Plain to get a referral process going so that we can, even if we help 1 out of 10 females or complainants, to break that cycle of violence, because we realize that the complainants need certain counseling and certain assistance in order to get out of that mold of, I cannot do without this accused person. And the accused person is the breadwinner, and he's the, he's the mainstay of the family. And who are we to determine, as prosecutors, who are we to determine and to break into their relationship and to break up marriages, etc., etc. So we do try to do a referral so that there's counseling. Also to not just withdraw the matter, but to try really our utmost to redo the referrals, not only with our DSD counterparts, but also with our court preparation officers that we now do have in order to prepare witnesses for the court procedures, and also to get victim impact and to refer the person again to the department or to other relevant NGO like Mosaic has been extremely helpful to us within the NPA space, together with DSD and other NGOs when it comes to doing the counseling services. But again, unfortunately, earlier they were made of pockets of excellence. At the moment, that's only one pocket of excellence that we do have. And we do need to do more of that in order to break the cycle of violence. So yes, at the moment, we do struggle with withdrawal rates, conviction rates, and I can safely say it is primarily because of our complainants not giving their cooperation. And that can be for a variety of reasons. And to place that in context with our mandate, if a complainant refused to give cooperation, we are then left with either we can force her to do so. Will it aid the situation? Sometimes yes, sometimes not. Will we still get a conviction? Maybe, depending on the circumstances and the facts of the matter. So those are the things that you need to weigh up and evaluate, not in general, but in each specific case, because each specific case will be different. We'll also have to look at other alternatives. Is there another alternative for this? Now, within domestic violence space, sexual offences space, we have a no mediation policy. We realize that we, as prosecutors, we are not mediated. We should not enter that arena. And we, at some stage, there was where we used to mediate, mostly when it was, maybe just some verbal abuse, like he swore at me or something like that. Nothing serious. Not that domestic violence is not serious or sexual offences is not serious, but in, not as serious as what we would have with physical violence, for instance. But we realize we're not equipped. First of all, we are not trained psychologists. We are not trained social workers. We are not a teacher. We are lawyers, and that's what we trained for. And we should stick in that regard to what we know. But we do have ADRMs, alternative dispute resolution methods or mechanisms that we can put into operation, and that will be for diversion services. But even for diversion of an accused out of the criminal justice system, a lot needs to happen for that to actually take place. First of all, we need consultations. We need to understand, is there a risk factor involved? So sometimes it takes long for us to come to that decision. I can assure each and every person in this room, prosecutors are not loath to prosecute. That's our function. That's all that we do. We will prosecute if there is a reasonable prospect for successful prosecution. We don't willy-nilly try to drag out the case for some, and I know we do get a lot of criticism, but we don't do that just because we want to or just because we can, because we can finish 5 matters today, but we're very much aware that there are 20 matters that are still incoming that we still need to attend to. So the sooner we are able to deal with the the matters that are in front of us, the sooner we're able to get to the next lot. I can also attest that our prosecutors are quite passionate about their work. I don't think you can be a prosecutor and not be passionate, because sometimes it's a thankless job. You get a lot of criticism, but there's a lot of satisfaction in what you do as well, because you really do try to not fix, because whatever happened, happened. There's no undoing what happened, but to at least make it better for the victim and to empower the victim. If I can go back to why I was actually here before I got sidetracked with trying to tell you what we do as the NPA, within the trafficking in persons, the NPA, we have policy directives specifically. I think the legislation when it comes to trafficking in persons are quite advanced. And like with any other legislation within our country, we have quite advanced legislation. It's a relatively young act. We don't have a lot of case law and precedents at the moment. We've had quite a number of really good successes. And it's all partly because we were able to work well with our counterparts and our other stakeholders. But despite that, there's still a couple of things I'd like to mention when it comes to the systemic gaps in our efforts to combat trafficking in persons, and especially when it comes to children. We are heavily dependent on actual reports. If there's no reporting of a crime, SAPS can't open a docket, and the docket can't be referred to us for consideration for prosecution. If there are no witnesses coming forward, SAPS can't obtain statements from those witnesses, and we can't evaluate to see whether that would be sufficient for a successful prosecution. So we do have a reporting issue, and the reporting comes from the community. And if the community are of such where they shelter accused persons or suspects, it becomes a problem. So from my point of view, or from the NPA's point of view, it's important that there is capacity building or community outreach within the community, and not just our poor communities, but also our more educated persons. And the reason why I say educated and workplace, because oftentimes people don't know what trafficking in persons is. For instance, I had an engagement with Woolworths, and partly was they have a social justice program, and part of which is women in empowerment. And when I stepped into the meeting room, the first thing the one person said, he was part of the group, and he was actually a chemical engineer, and he would say, "Oh, you are here to arrest me." Meaning he doesn't understand what I do for a living. He doesn't know what the NPA does, which is concerning and disturbing, because people have certain expectations based on their beliefs. So it's important for us to do that outreach, and that's where we need to start stepping up our game within the NPA to do more community outreach and more out there to let people know what we actually do, and how dependent we are in order to be effective, how dependent we are on other role players and stakeholders. Then there's also the coordination and implementation gaps that we've identified. Yes, we have for trafficking in persons, we have a specific forum where all stakeholders are involved, but there can be improvements. From the NPA side, from SAPS side, DSD side, we do need more coordination and cooperation between the different agencies. There's also a training gap. From our point of view, it's very difficult for Department of Home Affairs when they have, and also the other agencies when it comes to the entry points into the country, to be able to actually identify when you actually face with a trafficking in persons. a matter. We can step up that when it comes to training, also with the charge office or the CS Community Service Center. Yes. When there's a first report, for the constable or the sergeant manning the desk to be able to identify immediately this is, and to start activating the task team so that it can work optimally. One of the other gaps that we've seen is when it comes to victim support and protection. Because there's sometimes a delay in classifying somebody as a victim, you sometimes have a delay when it comes to the necessary services. And even then, when the necessary services, where the person is a designated person or a victim of trafficking, there's also the type of services provided can also be insufficient. And not only when it comes to the services, but also when it comes to the capacity for DSD to actually do what they must do. I think I made a note here that there is actually only about 2 accredited shelters for victims of trafficking in persons. And to get the accreditation, there's a lot of red tape involved, which means that the victim is the person suffering for it. We can refer to other shelters, but it's not an accredited shelter. So we need to step up where that is concerned. And unfortunately, when it comes to the shelters, it's not a provincial thing. It's a national accreditation that needs to happen. So that is where the problem is. And that's only for adults. For children, we do not have an accredited shelter if they are the victims of trafficking. So that's a serious lack in the NPA's view, because once you have the accreditation and there's a designated shelter specifically for trafficking victims, children, you can activate certain services that could be more helpful for the trafficking person, because the trafficking victim needs specific care and specific counseling. It's not like any other abuse. It's a specific, because more often that person is part of whatever is happening. Yes, the person is coerced into doing, but more often because of the scenario, you kind of go with whatever is happening around you. And it really hits home, because those witnesses are the persons who feel guilty and ashamed for their participation in their own crime, which often happens. So we do need dedicated, specialized services. And at the moment, that's not there yet. I've previously touched on law enforcement and indicated that we do need certain services, or not services, training, when it comes to the identification of it. Also, we have weak border controls. Trafficking in persons, yes, we do have it in the country and within the borders of South Africa, but more often than not, we also have it internationally. So for us to beef that system up. Then we look at risk factors, high unemployment, poverty, and a lack of social protection. And this is particularly when it comes to rural areas where you find that's where it's rife. We've established, I received a report about 2 weeks ago about children being exploited. And I don't want to go into the merits of the case and the where and the when, because it's an ongoing investigation. But it's a small town. And we have the exploitation of the potential possible suspected or alleged exploitation of young children, with touches of trafficking as well. So we're struggling to get the services there, to get the necessary social services and the protective measures in place. We had to get our TCC medical practitioner had to come from Cape Town in order to do some of the medical examinations. And because there are no facilities, I think that's part of the problem. So when you sit with a vulnerable group like children, and especially females as well, in my view, you're going to struggle to do prevention of this. We do have a reporting mechanism in place when it comes to matters relating to trafficking in persons. And we have improved our status. Some good news, something positive. We're no longer on a watch list, but we're now on tier 2 to indicate that we are adequate in how we approach trafficking in person matters. So those are some of the issues that that we were able to identify. I can just say that when it comes to the NPA, when we get the matter, it already happened. So our role to play when it comes to prevention is quite limited, because we can only try to get the convictions and we can only try to get heavier sentences. But it also places us in a unique position to be able to look back and see where something went wrong or where something could have been prevented. So these are the highlights that I was able to identify, some of the issues that could potentially alleviate or be more preventative if those are implemented. There are also some of the issues that some of the legislation that has not been implemented, that actually can be a problem. And I just want to be sure I've got the sections right. Section 15 and 16 of the Trafficking in Persons Act, and it relates to home affairs and the special visas that has not been implemented yet. So hopefully the legislature would do so as soon as possible so that we can have those measures in place as well. Yes, and that is it for me. Thank you, ma'am.
Do appreciate. Thank you very much, Advocate Ali, for your input. I'm sure members are burning with questions. I'm also just trying on my side to see how best we can navigate the rest of the program, because it seems that we're not going to have sufficient time this afternoon. But the last thing that we want is to cut short your presentations, because you came here with a specific reason, and that is for us to become fully acquainted as to what you are doing in your respective roles, but also to understand what the various challenges are in order for us to be effective and efficient in what we want to accomplish as a standing committee. So I am tempted at this point to ask our Western Cape departments, and I'm now looking at the health and wellness colleagues and the education colleagues, whether there would be a possibility for you to come back on Monday. Is that in order? And I'm sure that you found today helpful, and I'm sure that you can agree that the fact that we went over time was absolutely necessary. And I think we realized in our brief conversation during the break, we actually should have set more time aside. It was initially 1 day, we extended it to 2 days, but we definitely need more time if we want to, want to get the gist of what the issues are, if we want to properly dissect, and for these sessions not just to be a talk shop, but to actually realize into real action where we can see and feel the necessary change. So I've seen some heads nodding from health and wellness. I've seen a head nodding from education. We really do
Chair?
appreciate you.
Okay.
I'm going to recognize Dr. Karim
Yes, Chair.
inside the chambers, and then I'm going online.
Yes, Chair. No, we'll come back on Monday because we thought during the tea break we were just having a little caucus that it might be better to come back on Monday to do adequate justice to the topic, the 3 topics that we've been asked to prepare for the House on. Minister Wenger was going to be at this session. I'm sure she's listening in
I'm
to us now.
online.
Oh, there she is. Okay, right. Minister, I hope you can. Let me hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim. Chair, unfortunately, I will not be able to join the session on Monday. It's a bit short notice and I do have other commitments. So I'm not sure how you'd like to proceed if you're comfortable with Dr. Karim and the team presenting to the committee
Minister,
on
thank
Monday
you.
in my absence.
Yeah, Minister, first of all, let me thank you for your time. You did indicate your availability today. We saw you earlier. You're online now. That means you are present and committed to this engagement. And I fully understand that based on your schedule, you will not be able to make it on Monday. But again, us as members also have, in terms of our privileges to reach out directly to you, we've got that, that avenue that we can always visit, Minister. So thank you so much for your time today. And obviously through our reports and further recommendations, we will relay whatever comes out of these sessions to you and your department. May I ask, Minister, is there any input that you would like to provide at this
Thanks very
stage?
much. Thanks very much, Chair. Well, we had prepared the presentation as requested. Let me just say thank you very much to the Standing Committee on Social Development for the opportunity for us to provide some inputs and also for this very important multidisciplinary approach to strengthening pathways to child protection. So let me congratulate the members and yourself on this wonderful initiative. And we look forward to participating further and any recommendations that may come out of this to help us achieve the purpose of the session. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Minister. Much appreciated. So thank you so much, Education and Health and Wellness. We really do appreciate. Honorable members, you are still happy, fine, in order? Thank you. Then we will swiftly move along. I will now ask for the input by the University of Stellenbosch's Faculty of Medicine and Health Science. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chair. So I am Tandy Wessels, and I actually wear 2 hats. So I'm employed as a pediatrician by the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health at Stellenbosch University at the Tygerberg campus. But a large part of my work is actually for the Department of Health. I am the district pediatrician for Metro East, so that covers 4 of the health sub-districts. Okay, so I will be blurring the lines a little bit because the work covers both areas. It covers university and provincial work. So I just thought that today I'd like to really just give some feedback into where we are at. And also, talk about some of the processes. So at the university, I am responsible for a lot of the teaching and training for undergraduate students as well as postgraduate students on child protection. So unfortunately, we don't have a whole unit. And what I have found is that there is a lack, even amongst healthcare workers, doctors,
medical students about child protection, about what children's rights are, about how to recognize. So what I also do is I travel to the various clinics within my sub-district as well as district hospitals, and I do the same talks, lectures, and provide questions, and people do not know. I've been to a hospital where there is a Tutuzela center based, and a lot of the junior staff and even some of the senior staff, they were not aware of the rights of children, how to even suspect child abuse, what child protection encompasses, because it's not just child abuse. So one of the big things that I'd like to bring here is that we really need to raise awareness across all levels. Fortunately, I'm in the position to have managed to get this added to our undergraduate curriculum. So we are now teaching that at the university. But I think in terms of education, we need to also add this to the education of nurses, so their undergrad training. So things like responsive caregiving. I think you've heard about various things like obstetric violence, which is often directed at teenage mothers who may have already been in an abused situation. So there's just all these kind of multiple levels and facets that we need to look at. And I'm going to just delve into school health as well, because that's also another part of my function. I work a lot with school health and the school doctor. And even this is an area where we need more awareness, and where I think not just teachers, but also the actual students need to learn about this from an early age. It needs to be part of life skills. Another thing that we struggle with at the university and at the hospitals is the trauma of the staff. So we are in a trauma-informed society, and a lot of the staff members come from places where they've either experienced it themselves as children and possibly as adults, and may even to a certain extent be perpetrators. But they are struggling. So I often tell one of the common phrases I use is, if you don't look for it, you're not going to find it. So if you're not going to look for a problem, it won't exist. And I think this is what people do. They put their blinkers on. I'm also involved in clinical governance, so not just for the hospital, but also for the broader Metro East. So what we do is we look at and review cases of child deaths, so in hospital, and then I'll talk a bit about out of hospital, so those who die within our facilities. And the majority of children who are dying in our facilities now are either arriving peri-arrest, so they're at their last, or they arrive and they've already passed. Those who die in hospital usually die within the first 24 hours, and that's just an indication of how unwell they've been. So you can see we're kind of at the end of the road. If you're in hospital, your chances of survival are great. Our case fatality is very low. It's less than 1% in the Western Province, which means that if you're a child and you make it to the hospital, chances are that you will survive. Okay, so that's a good thing. But working with the Department of Health, and I think Dr. Thompson will talk about this on Monday then, the child death review processes, I think Lucy Jamieson alluded to that. The child death review panel. So I'm part of one of the child death review panels in Metro East, and we are related. We work together with the Tygerberg Mortuary Department of Forensics, and then
a whole lot of stakeholders from the NPA, DSD, and so forth. And what we've noticed is that more children are dying outside of hospital than inside of hospital. So we really need to shift our focus to the community. And that is why I think this process is so important. So whatever is happening in the community, kids are not accessing care. So there's a whole range of reasons. So for example, there are natural deaths, quite a large proportion. So those are babies that are dying from pneumonia at home, but they end up, nobody knows what's wrong, and they end up going to forensics. They shouldn't. They should actually be in a facility and not end up there. But those children are not protected, because how do you in 2025 in Cape Town die from pneumonia at home? I think that's just right. Then the other causes, which I also think Dr. Thompson is going to really talk to, is the violence, child murder. I'm not going to talk about that now. What I want to talk about is those that are living. And I was just trying to look at my slides from a previous presentation we did at a service coordination meeting. And I see that we did this presentation 2 years ago, August 2023, and we were looking at trauma amongst children. And the most striking thing, so we were looking at mothers and children. It's a forum for maternal women, adolescents, newborns, and children. But what we found, I think one of the members spoke about it earlier, that the trauma is already beginning before the child is born. And about 2/3 of women that presented to the EC at that time were pregnant and in their second trimester. And that says a lot. So those are women who are just presenting to the emergency center with a broken arm or being bruised or kicked in the stomach or, I don't know, shot. And if you think about it, the second trimester is when women start showing and when they cannot hide their pregnancies and when partners are being informed. So it really does start way before the child is born. And we really need a whole of society, whole of government approach to deal with this problem. There was a Lancet Commission on the early childhood development, and what they had said was we need to put the child at the center of the Sustainable Development Goals, in fact, nurturing care, which is for young children. And what that means, or what I took from that, is what we need to do is in every little thing that we're doing, and that's why we are here, we need to think about the child. So pretend you are that child. We are doing all of this from the lens of a child. So what are we going to do to, and how are we going to improve the systems for these kids? When I look at those deaths, we look, it's just part of our morbidity and mortality process. We look for modifiable factors. So what can we do to make the system better? Is it something to do with the health records? Is it something to do with emergencies? Is it something to do with nursing, etc.? And then there are also categories for home care. And the majority of modifiable factors occur at home. For example, the mother did not recognize danger signs, or they did not access care. They did not notice that the child was not growing well, or that the immunizations were not given. So it leads to my earlier point that the community is where we really need to focus. And the other thing that I wanted to mention was that access to various of the various departments that we have here today can be really challenging for our patients. Where I do outreach, in fact, my outreach clinic supports children that are with disabilities. And it is really pressing to find that in order to access DSD, once we have completed the form for the care dependency grant, so the medical assessment has been done, people in one of the I don't know if I'm allowed to say where, but in one of the sub-districts, they sleep outside DSD overnight. So people go at 10 or 11 at night. They sleep there outside on the street, and the first 200 get let in. And it's just shocking. One of the grandmothers said, "Oh, it's too unsafe for me to do that." Some people do it and they get sorted. So this is part of, I think we need to also within each of our departments, and I'm not pointing fingers at DSD because I work well with them and we all, we have a high caseload. We need to see how we can try and improve things and work better together. I just wanted to the Department of Home Affairs, earlier you were talking about the amount of registrations, birth registrations that were done this year to date. About 20,000, and we have just under 90,000, right? So 87,000 deliveries per year in the province, which means for half the year it's about 45,000 if you're going half of 90. So where are the other 25,000 kids? Those are kids that are already missing out on their child support grants. And yeah, I didn't have a chance to comment earlier, but one of my questions around that was also, it's great. It's been a game changer having Department of Home Affairs at certain hospitals. What about expanding the footprint? What about at the same time assisting mothers with their ID document application process? Not necessarily, I know one cannot just provide, it's complicated because it's a mobile unit, but just to start thinking outside the box, because in those kids, the mother without, or the teenager often without the ID, can then start the process for herself and her child. I didn't really want to talk a lot about numbers and data. In terms of the university, there are obviously lots of opportunities for research, but I'd like us to focus on research where we've implemented good practices and not just try and find out what the problem is. We know what the problem is. And yes, we can still do a lot of research on that, but I really think that we need to address these issues. And I think I'll stop there for now. I promised I'll be short. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your valuable input, Dr. Wessels. And whilst you were mentioning our colleagues in DSD, I completely forgot to acknowledge the presence of the head of department, Dr. McDonald. You are most welcome, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to be with us. And we do look forward to engaging with you this coming Monday, God willing. Thank you so much. Honorable members and guests, we have next on the program, and now I'm going to ask the indulgence of Mr. Magale. Yes, sir. We have a request from Mr. Campbell, who's from the Western Cape Governing Body Foundation, whether he can perhaps be prioritized on the program due to a medical matter that he needs to attend to this afternoon. Is that in order with you, sir? Thank you so much for your kind consideration. We really do appreciate that. Then next in line, Mr. Campbell, you may proceed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. So my name is Dave Campbell. I'm the Provincial Executive Officer of the Governing Body Foundation in the Western Cape. If you don't know, the Governing Body Foundation is a nationally recognized non-profit body which supports governing bodies and school management teams nationally. In the Western Cape, we have 300 member schools. At least a third of them are no-fee schools. So we serve a range of schools in the Western Cape. Just for clarity, we are not a research-based organization like many of my esteemed colleagues here today, but we're a supportive organization which guides SGBs and principals in their work and capacitates them. We advocate on behalf of schools on the national and provincial level, and we enjoy good working relationships with the Western Cape Education Department. We're not in child protection, but we're in education, and in a sense, that is part of what we do. So my input today is based on experience, my experience as a school principal of schools and through my work of the GBF as well. I'd like to make a few points about the challenges which we see facing our children in our province. Clearly, our children face a range of interconnected social challenges that affect their well-being, education, and development. I'd like to address access to quality education, as well as the impact of social deprivations and other factors on our children's ability to learn and develop socially, emotionally, and intellectually. Let's start with access to quality education. Many of our schools in challenging socioeconomic environments are poorly resourced and susceptible to crime and violence. It's these very schools that should be providing quality education to the marginalized children in our society which are struggling. Schools should be places which provide security, stability, and care for these children. Yet, the very children who need this most are often not receiving it. I emphasize this point: children who need quality education the most because of their social and home environments often receive the poorest education. We know that education is a way out of the poverty and social deprivation cycle. And without this quality education, it's very challenging for young people to break out of these cycles. Quality education for all children, a stated aim of the Western Cape Education Department, is an admirable goal and something that they are working hard at achieving, but they have many challenges. There are historical challenges, budgetary constraints, some of which come from the national purse, inefficiencies in systems, the image of the teaching profession, and so much more. I'd like to take a closer look at some of these elements which stand in the way of quality schooling for so many young people. Overcrowded classrooms and under-resourced schools remain persistent issues. Added to this are the recent post cuts, which happened last year, effective this year, and uncertainty around funding in the future and the basket of posts. These factors result in larger class numbers, which results in less management and control in the classroom, less time for educators to prepare and spend quality time with children. The resultant overwork and demoralization of educators. Ultimately, the victim of these circumstances is the child. Many children do not have access to early childhood development programs, which are crucial for school readiness. Early childhood development is underrated in some communities and not seen as the critical foundation for all future schooling. Literacy and numeracy are key at this stage, and they are not receiving the attention and resources they deserve. It's worth noting, as I'm sure my colleagues know, that the first 6 years in a child's life are a period of rapid brain growth. Language acquisition and sensory and motor developments are at the forefront of this growth. These are critical years. Early childhood development needs massive investment in order to achieve the true aims of this phase of schooling. The recent change in legislation in the Schools Act makes grade R compulsory. This is a move in the right direction, but does the state have the resources to implement this and to do it properly? Dr. Wessels noted a few minutes ago, ECD children should be at the center, should be our real focus. So education needs a greater budget allocation. It needs more investment into capital infrastructure to build even more schools than are currently being built, to fund existing schools, to improve teaching, training for teachers, school leaders and managers, and so much more. Let's move on to some of the societal factors which impact on learning, which you know, and we've dealt with a number of them this morning. High levels of violence. Children are victims of violence or witnesses of violence, and this affects their emotional and psychological development. Recently, at a meeting with Mr. Walters, Head of Education in the Cape, he noted that there's an increase in girls in schools becoming perpetrators in incidents of violence and other cases of serious misconduct in schools. It's a very worrying trend. It's worth noting that the National Minister has revived the Safe Schools Protocol recently in the last week, which is very encouraging, but whether it's going to be able to be implemented in that way, we don't know. Traumatized and unsafe children cannot learn. Children and all of us need to feel safe and secure in our communities and schools before learning can take place. Safety and security in the home, in the community, and in schools is paramount. The ideal would be a social worker and psychologist in every school, but that's not possible with the funding that education receives. Currently, social workers and psychologists are district-based, and it works, but it's very, very difficult for individuals to receive the kind of care that they need in mental health issues. As we've noted this morning, children are the victims of physical violence and sexual abuse at the hands of adults, and in their communities and sometimes in their schools. Again, children subjected to this kind of trauma cannot learn and engage fully in the school experience. And are they being protected adequately? A word about food insecurity. Lack of correct nutrition and hunger contributes significantly to young people not being able to learn and function normally in a school environment. A hungry child cannot learn. School feeding schemes do exceptional work, but for many children, one meal a day is clearly insufficient. There's also the issue of school classification, the quintile system. I'm sure you're familiar with it. A school may have been classified in the top quintile years ago, let's say as a quintile 5 school, and therefore it's not eligible for school feeding. But the demographics of the school have changed, and those children are now hungry and are unable to be fed. And so an alternative funding model is needed for our schools in this country. Some work is being done, but it's a long way, I think, from coming to fruition. Drug and alcohol use has been referred to this morning. Schools report an increase in drug use at home and at school and dealing in schools. This is occurring earlier and earlier, and it's not uncommon for it to be in primary schools as well. Substance abuse in the home can lead to neglect, instability, and intergenerational cycles of addiction and poverty, all of which impacts on the education of children. There's been mention of teenage pregnancy, particularly in poorer communities. Teenage pregnancy interrupts education, increases the risks for both the child and the mother. Pregnant learners often lack sufficient support systems in school and in the community, resulting in dropout. And then a word about the digital divide and social media and the dangers of social media. It's an increasingly digital world, as we know, and many children in poor or marginalized communities lack access to devices or internet connectivity or digital literacy support. This can hamper learning where schools are using digital platforms to disseminate content or communicate with learners. Those that do have access to a cell phone, smartphone, and data or Wi-Fi are increasingly at risk of cyberbullying, pornography addiction, sexual predation, and so on. Overexposure to social media, in particular content sharing platforms such as Instagram, can lead to heightened anxiety levels, particularly amongst girls, and depression. Addicted, fearful, anxious, and depressed children struggle to learn. I'm sure many of you have read The Anxious Generation by Haidt. Discrimination against marginalized children and children with disabilities is real in our schools, and against migrant children as well as LGBTQ plus children. They often face exclusion or stigma in schools and communities. Allied to that, LSEN schools, for learners with special education needs, are under pressure, and therefore learners with these disabilities struggle to cope in the mainstream if they're unable to be admitted to an LSEN school. And mainstream schools and educators are often not equipped to deal with these learners. And so in conclusion, Chair, the challenges are many and varied. The education system, our education system, has a responsibility to assist where it can to solve some of these societal problems through its work with young people and their parents and caregivers. But education's greatest power is graduating young people into society to become good citizens who are resourceful, hardworking, law-abiding, and community-minded, and who can help to grow our economy and society. In so doing, bringing change in turn for our most vulnerable, our children. Those of us involved in education very broadly have a collective responsibility to make this happen. It is happening in many places, and there are many good people in the schooling and education system working very hard to effect change, but we can do more. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Campbell. Your input is much appreciated. Sir, may I ask, your submission, will you be able to email that to the procedural officer, please?
I will do so. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And also, are you still available for questions? Should
Yes,
there
I am.
be? Thank you very much. Then we move to our next speaker on the list, and that is input by the Western Cape Provincial Office of the Public Protector. Mr. Magale, thank you so much for your patience and your indulgence. I also just need to recognize the Western Cape Minister for Social Development, Minister Lund. Thank you so much. I believe you've got two young souls with you as well this afternoon. If you can perhaps just for the record introduce yourself, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you also for understanding the double booking in the diary today. We just came from a DSD child protection event that had children from across the province so that we can see how we can best look at children that's in the foster system. And then with me today, I've got Siulise Matakatu, a young gentleman from Langa. And we also have Luanita van Wyk, who's part of the Junior City Council. They're job shadowing me today. So they'll either be excited about politics or inspired about working in the Department of Social Development after today. Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, also, because of the double bookings, I did note that I will have to excuse myself with the two young adults. I've got a next commitment at past, but we are committed on Monday to do our presentation, and my team is still sitting here diligently. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister, for gracing us with your presence amidst your busy schedule. We look forward to Monday, of course, and I'm sure our stakeholders that will be in a position to attend will do so. Mr. Magale, thank you so much, sir.
And thank you, Chairperson. My name is Issa Magele. I'm from the Western Cape Office of the Public Protector. So I'm coming from the investigation team in that office. So as you are aware, Speaker, Chairperson, the Public Protector is one of the Chapter 9 institution that is established in terms of Chapter of Section 181 of the Constitution to strengthen and support constitutional democracy. So I think for the sake of time, Speaker, I'll just leave out the mandate of the Public Protector. I suppose almost all the stakeholders that are with us today are fully aware of the mandate of the Public Protector. But I must hasten to say, Speaker, the Public Protector is not a human rights body, nor are we a law enforcement agency. The Human Rights Commission is there to look into issues relating to violation of human rights, and SARBS is also there to, as a law enforcement agency, to look into issues relating to crimes against children. So ours, as the Public Protector, is to exercise oversight against these organs of state who are mandated to protect children. This includes the Department of Social Development together with the South African Police Service. So how do we then exercise our mandate, or what is our contribution in protecting the rights of children? Ours, even though we are not a human rights body, but it is the nature of the work that we do that impact on human rights. And ours is just to exercise, is to ensure those who are entrusted with public power fulfill their constitutional obligation, and we hold them to account for their actions. This ensures that they are effective in what they do, and then it contributes towards the advancement of children's rights. So, Chairperson, I think I will share with you some of the work that we've done that we think or we believe contributes towards protecting children. I think you are fully aware of our gender-based violence report that was published by the Public Protector last year, which relates to the case of Miss Norke, who went to the Belleville Magistrate Court last year, but for reasons that are unknown to us, was not assisted, or there were allegations relating to treatment that she received in that court. As a result thereof, she was killed by her former partner together with her child in June 2020. So we saw this in the media reports, because we have the power in terms of our enabling legislation, not just to act upon receipt upon receiving complaints, but we have the powers to initiate our own initiative investigation based on matters that we pick up on the media or are in the public space. So this is also was one of the matters that triggered a systemic investigation into our justice system as to whether there is adequate or there is defect in the administration of our justice system in this country, but specifically when dealing with victims of gender-based violence. So in the case of Ms. Norke, there was no evidence that she was turned away at the Belleville Magistrate Court, but there were issues with regards to the treatment that she receives from the official in that court. But one of the lady we interviewed who accompanied Ms. Norke indicated that they were assisted, they were attended to. However, it was the form, the domestic violence protection order form that Ms. Norke struggled with. As a result, she was discouraged from proceeding with her application for a domestic violence protection order. So in one of our recommendations, in our systemic gender-based violence report, we recommended that at least SARBS should, including the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, should make sure that the forms, at least they are user-friendly. So should change it to make sure that it's easily accessible to members of the public to complete it, and it's user-friendly. So it's one of those issues that we've picked up within the justice system. And then the other thing that we recommended in that report is the training and capacity building of court officials, including SAPS officials, particularly when dealing with victims of gender-based violence. What we also found out in that report is that in other offices of SAPS, there were no victim-friendly rooms. People were consulted in front of other complainants who were there to lodge or to open criminal cases. So we also recommended that at least they should collaborate with other NGOs where there is no rooms for consultation, specifically when dealing with victims of gender-based violence. And then we also recommended that they should provide support services to victims of gender-based violence, such as referral for medical examination, because in other police stations, we discovered that the required support was not really, there were no arrangements made. People were merely referred to the relevant medical practitioners without any arrangement being put in place to ensure that victims are not discouraged from bringing these cases forward. And then we also we also recommended that there should be monitoring and evaluation, because one of the major or bulk of complaints, especially against SAPS, is lack of feedback from the investigating officers. And then during the investigation, we realized that it was a challenge, and it was almost impossible for these investigating officers to provide feedback to complainants because they are often in court. So there's often no one to do the administration for these investigating officers who are up and down and in court. And then we also recommend that a system should be put in place, even if it's an automated system, at least providing feedback to complainants to say, even if the matter is in court or is at the police station or you're still gathering evidence, at least there should be a system that is put in place, even if it's through an SMS system, to update or give feedback to victims instead of just waiting for the investigating officer to make calls, which is almost impossible under the situations or the circumstances they're working under. And the other issue that we've picked up was also the issue of human resource. There's very few officials, if any, who are trained to deal with victims of gender-based violence. And the issue of the language that is being used specifically when dealing with children. So we are also informed that there's a certain language that victims of gender-based violence needs to be interviewed, or there should at least be a certain level of sensitivity when interviewing victims of gender-based violence to avoid a situation where you subject them to secondary victimizations. And it's something that I've noticed that other stakeholders have also raised during this session, and it's also something that has been addressed, or we sought to address through our gender-based violence report. With regards to other complaints against SAPS relating to unresponsiveness or lack of feedback, I noticed that the Children Institute from UCT has also raised that. Those are complaints that falls within the mandate of the public protector to look into. But because of when office of last resort, we also urge members of the community to report those matters to the Inspectorate Office of SAPS, which is there to attend to issues of unresponsiveness and failure to give feedback. And there's also the Western Cape Police Ombudsman that has been established to look into issues of non-responsiveness against SAPS, especially particularly in the Western Cape. So we do encourage people to approach those offices, and we also have a memorandum of understanding with TSD in the Western Cape through Dr. McDonald, and we also have response protocols with Education Department. I think, yeah, we do have response protocols with them, even though we have not renewed them. I think against Home Affairs, the majority of complaints that we have against Home Affairs is also one of those that is really difficult to investigate. Treatment by officials, unbecoming conduct of the official, the treatment that people are receiving when they are going to Home Affairs, So it's one of those things that is kind of difficult to look into because it's often his words or the complainant's words against the words of the officials. So it's difficult to look into those things. But the issues of long queues, I think they've since been addressed through the introduction of the system, that the appointment system that is currently in place at Home Affairs. But the majority of complaints that we're getting against Home Affairs emanates from refugees. As Calibrini, I think we will be better placed to I know they are the champions when it comes to refugee matters. So the majority of complaints comes from the Standing Committee for Refugee Affairs and these refugee centers. That's where we get the majority of the complaint, and it's almost difficult to resolve those ones, even though we have too many reports that we've published in the past with regards to undue delays by Standing Committee and the refugee centers to timely process the documents of for our foreign nationals. And I think the issue there is that of enforcement. I think there's quite a lot of issues that Home Affairs is raising. And then there are very few others that will have is your permanent residence and application for naturalization. So that's also another bulk of complaints that we're having against Home Affairs. With regards to the impact these delays of issuing this documentation have on foreign nationals, because the parent is not documented, that has a ripple effect on the children. As a result, Western Cape is not admitting these children at school. So our concerns there is that they will also be victims of crime if they are not at school. I think at times we do intervene with the Western Cape Education Department to kind of force them together with the Human Rights Commission to admit these children, because there's clear jurisprudence in terms of our common law that these children should be at school due to the paramount interest of the child that is of a paramount importance. So we do that on a case-by-case basis, and it's not really effective. And those are matters that specifically fall under human rights, not necessarily for the public protector to look into. But we do collaborate with our Human Rights Commission and other organs of state to ensure that those matters are attended to. And there's also currently there's an investigation that we are currently busy with, and I'm sure Ms. Fadiela will love this one, because in our last engagement in Eklon, you raised the issue of maintenance. The maintenance issues that you've raised, we are also doing public hearings on maintenance matters. We've discovered there, Chairperson, that in almost all cases of maintenance, there is court orders, but for some reason, NPA is not prosecuting on those matters, but specifically for contempt of court orders. NPA is taking a completely different route over civil elections as opposed to contempt of court, bringing those applications to court. So and then we've also have a challenge with NPA. We don't know where NPA falls in terms of investigation, because most of the work, they do it within the context of a court environment. If they choose not to prosecute, that's also a court decision, because that decision is often rubber stamped by magistrates. So how do we really get involved? Because NPA is dominus litis, in the sense that they are the master of litigation, they are the master of lawsuit. It's them who decide whether to prosecute or not to prosecute, or to withdraw a matter. And they are the only institution that is given the sole mandate to prosecute. There is no any other institution in this country. So there is literally nothing we can do in such matters. But that investigation is still underway in as far as maintenance cases is involved, because it's justice and NPA in that space, even though it falls under justice. So though, Chairperson, we believe that those are matters that affect children, because we cannot separate children from their parents, from their mothers. And then what was shocking in some of the maintenance matters that we come across, that we came across cases where the father will default to an amount of 360,000, and then you really wonder why wasn't there a prosecution in those specific cases. But because there's no compulsory prosecution in this country, it's difficult to get into that space of compelling NPA to prosecute, because it's them who must exercise their discretion as to whether they will prosecute or not. But that investigation is still underway. We finalized the public hearings in Cape Town. I think majority of our complaints came from Mitchells Plain and Eklund. So it's a national investigation. So we are busy in other provinces now with public hearings. So those are some of the matters, Chairperson, where we believed that we do contribute towards advancing the rights of children. With regard to stakeholder engagement and collaboration, as I said, we do collaborate, but we are one of those institutions that we are still seen as the enemy of government, as opposed to a critical stakeholder that is there to help government to work better. So we are seen as out there to expose people instead of helping them. Because in most instances, we do urge government departments to report some of the challenges they are faced with. And then that cooperation came strongly in our gender-based violence report, whereby officials were open with us to say there's very few people working on these matters, especially with maintenance matters. We found out that there's very few investigating officers, including maintenance officials, who are attending to cases, particularly in areas like Simonstown, where you have one maintenance investigator for the whole region. It's almost impossible for them to investigate each and every one of those matters. And then when it comes to the issue of disability and people and the deaf community, our report are published in English. But during those media briefings, we do hire services of sign language practitioners. I'm sure you will notice that whenever the public protector is out there on TV to deliver those reports, there will always be a sign language practitioner next to her to at least interpret to that community. We also have brailles in our pamphlets that set out the work that we're doing, type of matters that falls under our institutions and those that falls outside our mandate, and the services that we're offering. Even though we have not extended that to our reports, but at least we are trying to be inclusive to those communities. And then for those who are interested to lodge a complaint, you can lodge a complaint to the public protector, specifically against those institutions that you've mentioned here, or any other issues that you are having against any government institution. You can lodge those online, or you can walk into our PPSA office in number 51 Well Street here in Cape Town, or you can also lodge it via email. So we do encourage people, whenever they're having challenges with government departments, to lodge a complaint with our office. We do have an advice and a referral mandate to avoid sending people from pillar to post. So what we do accept complaints, and then we'll refer it to the various institutions that are there to attend to those complaints. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much for your valuable input. Can I also just ask that you do a submission to the committee as well, in terms of what you have conveyed to us this afternoon? Honourable members, that deals with our presentations this Friday afternoon. I'm now going to open the floor for any questions or comments. I see Member Stevens.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't want to ask so much questions on this Friday afternoon. I think I'll just keep all my questions for Monday, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Just bear in mind that some of our stakeholders might not be in attendance on Monday, but we will do so then. We'll submit written questions, but I do hope that all stakeholders present today would be able to join us on Monday, because I think this is not a one-day conversation. I've mentioned it earlier on, even a 2-day dialogue is not enough. This should be the start of something, and not for us to conclude on Monday. So please, if you want to journey with us to see in actual fact the report being tabled in Parliament, but see that that report contains your input. It will be vital for you to stay with us en route during this process. Also, what will emanate from that report, what can be taken up within the framework, within the various departments. I do urge you to please come along with us on Monday. Members, while we're speaking on the way forward, I don't think we will be in a position to do recommendations and resolutions on Monday due to shifting the government departments to Monday. So we will ask for a date from the Chief Whip and the Programming Authority, probably Tuesday. That will be an online session for us just to work through our resolutions and recommendations and to enable our procedural officer to start with the report. Member Van Wyk, I'm going to ask, do you have any questions or comments?
No questions or comments at this stage, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Member. Any members online? I do not see any hands. And we also want to come to a point on Monday where we actually want to ask our stakeholders present, based on the 2 days, what is it that you want to see that government needs to do? What is it you think that the various stakeholders should do? Because many a times, I mean, we've experienced that the answers is in the community itself. So we look forward to those inputs and to capture that within our submission as well. I also do not have any questions at this stage. I'm going to deal with my input further on Tuesday. My questions, obviously, for those that will be presenting on Monday, and then give my resolutions on Tuesday. I do believe we have a lady at the back, ma'am. You did capture my eye earlier on, and there's another hand of the two gentlemen as well, and Ms. Branch, you as well. So I'm going to give you an opportunity. Just reintroduce yourself, please. Yes. No, way at the back first. Yeah.
Hi, thanks, Madam Speaker, Chair. Thank you, everybody present. I have a big on my list, but I'll leave it for Monday, some of it. But I really want to give my input to the public protector. We mentioned the lack of communication to victims, because that is what I experience as, I'm sorry, I'm Mrs. Jones, Mitchell's Plain CPF, Safe Platform representative here. I do victim support 5 days a week at court. So when it comes to court procedure, I know exactly what happens at court. And unfortunately, it is what it is. I have a very close relationship with the NPA. So I'm not going to give them a cover shot today but they are my supporters at court. And I want to say to the public protector that SAPS is most of the time not available when it comes to the victims. Their phones are not answered when there's emergency. We have a problem getting through. It's always off. Don't know what happened, but it's always off when there's emergency. I have several complaints of victims in Mitchell's Plain whose cases are at court for 4 years and there's no answer. Last year, I got a finalization in a matter where the husband stabbed the wife 31 times. After 9 years, it was concluded. Currently, I have a matter at court for 8 years, and I think everybody knows about this matter. The murder that took place in Colorado, Mitchell's Plain, between the two LGBTQ partners. 8 years. And here it comes to the court again. People are allowed, because our system says so, to change defense. Prosecutors try their utmost best with without, I always say, without the witness, without a statement, without clear statements in the docket, there's nothing the prosecutor can do. Without the input of the legislation, there's really nothing that we can do. We have legislation that says bail is not there as a punishment. It must not serve as a punishment. It's merely there to make sure that the perpetrator comes back to court. But in instances where there's a rape and murder, you'll find the magistrate saying a perpetrator cannot sit for 2 years without their matters moving forward. And that perpetrators are being allowed back on our streets to reoffend. And to that I can witness. I've got case numbers that I can present as proof, as evidence. Then we have the legislative of the discharge, the 174. That is my opportunity while I'm here. The 174, the discharge, which is so not really helping, because 3 accused stand trial for murder. And at the end of the day, and again, they must have proof. Does not mean evidence, does not mean no evidence at all. A lack of evidence does not mean no evidence at all. And yet, the magistrate will decide with the defense. When the state has closed the case, the magistrate will say, what is your way forward to the defense? The defense will argue, we'll go for a 174. And without a rethink, those criminals are being set free. A senior elderly lady was killed in Tafelsig after feeding them. And all 4 perpetrators was discharged on the 174. So today my plea is that we, Madam Speaker, as the legislative would have to re-look into all these laws that has been made. I hear the gentleman says here, we are concerned about the teenage pregnancy. But our very constitution, our very government has said 12 years old don't need consent by parents to have an abortion. If you have an abortion, you had sex. And so we need to look at these things that is demoralizing our community, factors that arise. And so, yes, we have our school dropouts in my community, a lot of dropouts, because not every child is academically inclined. And we have a lack of skills of schools. We don't have a school of skills. We have one in Mitchell's Plain. And so many children are being brought in from the outside. So Mitchell's Plain children is not accommodative. We don't have early enough detection of people with learning disability because there's no psychologist at school. So our children are being left out to perish along the way, while we just sugarcoat everything most of the time and think everything is okay. As people on the ground, we had that case now that the advocate Teresa I mentioned earlier, which I brought under their attention. I got the call midnight and I had to seek out help. Here is a child who has been sexually groomed. And you know what is being said in the court right now? It cannot be proven as sexual grooming because there was no physical contact. But media was used. The form of media was used. And so how are we going to get across these things? Because all of these things are legislative. It's in the law. And the magistrate herself cannot cross that because the law says that is the fine line. And so we need to revisit our laws. We need to revisit our bail application. The Criminal Justice Act needs to be revisited in whatever form it is. There are so many obstacles. We come to court, the families sit in the courtroom, the magistrates say, we are every time reminded how we must do sentencing, instructing with mercy. Then the mother would cry. When they killed my son, shot him 20 times, what mercy was shown? How do we answer that? So my plea today to this legislative body, Madam Chair, is that we really need to get to the root of our problem. And most of the root of our problem is that, and you will hear it outside, the perpetrators are more protected than the victims themselves. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jones. And I'm sure I'm not the only one when I say that it's something in between of goosebumps and shivers. That is the harsh reality that our communities are facing, and you've really put that into context this afternoon, and that is exactly why we are here. And we're not here to make any unrealistic, promises to the people of the Western Cape today. We are merely saying that we are a mechanism. We've all, laid down an oath to say that we will be in service of the people of the Western Cape. So what is it that we are doing within our power and capacity to make sure that at least we should do something from our side? And this is a start of getting everyone on board that has the power within their respective mandates to make that necessary change. So thank you so much for being here today. Thank you so much. I know we're going to see you on Monday, and ons gaan 'n pad stap. Thank you so much. Sit at the back, and then ma'am you, and then we're going to end off with you, Ms. Brands. Oh my. You must just please keep your hand up, because I am trying. No, I haven't seen your hand, ma'am. There's no way that I would deliberately ignore you, because I'm really screening the room to make sure that I do recognize everybody. I will never deliberately ignore you. I will recognize the gentleman at the back, and then I will come to you in the front. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have about 3 comments that I would like to make. Sorry, again, I'm Andre. I'm the senior social worker with the Children's Rights Project at Scalabrini Centre in Cape Town. The first that I would like to look at is directed towards the NPA or to the presentation made. Because we work in the documentation pathway, we often come across child trafficking cases. And one thing that I saw a lot is misdiagnosis of cases, specifically between trafficking and smuggling. Sorry, if I'm running out of breath, I just recovered from illness. So if you remember, I think it was December 2024, there was reports 99 Zimbabwean children being trafficked into South Africa, which was not true. Those children were smuggled into South Africa, which means now we're wasting resources and taking the attention away from the real victims or survivors that really need that services. Then in terms of what was shared on how long the prosecution takes, that is also a challenge that we are experiencing. Specifically, our part of our work is looking at what is durable solutions, especially when it comes to migrant children. Now, often the prosecution of trafficking cases takes so long that the survivors have not integrated into South African society. They have estranged them from their own culture, from their own country. And then how can we look into repatriating those children after 4 or 5 years in South Africa, having lost contact with all their family back home? So I think that is just something that we need to mention and that we need to talk about, because unfortunately there's no other pathway to documentation for them either. So now we're sitting with a problem with a child in a country where they have no pathway to regularize their stay, but return is also very difficult for them. And then my final comment is in terms of the presentation by Dr. Wessels, in terms of the presence of DHA in hospitals. The one thing that I think wasn't clarified today is that service is only available to South African citizens. it is not available to foreign nationals, whether they are documented or not. Which, to my understanding, it's about the verification processes of whether it's their visa or their permits that prevents that service from being available to them. Now, if we can really look into that, it could, because unfortunately, a lot of times, once that parent leaves that hospital or that clinic, they do not go back to Home Affairs to register the birth for whatever reasons. Now, if that service can be available in the hospital or in the clinic, we could really take away the strain from the LRB process, which we know has a severe backlog at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I give the lady in front an opportunity, and then I will get back to you. Then we deal with this side of the chambers. Thank you, ma'am. And again, my sincere apologies. I did not mean to leave you out of the conversation. I honestly did not see your hand.
No, apologies accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm glad you gave me the opportunity while the person from the governing bodies are here. Because I wanted to ask clarity on membership to his organization. And I'm not sure if I heard 300 members, schools. Now, if that is indeed the case, I just Googled the amount of schools in the country, in the province, just this province there's more than 1,500 ordinary schools, 80 special needs schools, and 50 independent schools. Now, if you look at those figures in comparison to the membership, and having served on a governing body myself a couple of years ago, I think there's a great need for training of governing body members, because a lot of abuse happens at the school level by principals where governing bodies are not properly trained and do not know their role and function as per the South African Schools Act. And I don't want to go into detail, but in the area where I live, in Manenberg, the process of disciplinary procedures is not even followed as per the way it should be done. And if there is a disruptive child in that school, the easiest way to get rid of that child, even at primary school level, that's why I'm very glad for the Bella Bill that compels children to be in school until the age of 15, and principals and teachers to take a more active role to ensure that the children are in school. I'll give you this example, what happens. This child is disruptive. The child may have a learning disability, which is never addressed, not even in the foundation phase. The easiest way to get rid of a child like that, even an underage child, is to send a letter to the parent that this child is suspended. The parent doesn't understand the process, that this suspension is meant for this child to have an interview, and the parent to have an interview with the governing body, and that some form of corrective measures or investigation is being done into the matter. Parent gets this letter, not very literate, doesn't know the process, and mistake, or sometimes it's inferred to this unknown parent that suspension and expulsion is the same thing. Out there, they think it's expulsion. So the child is kept at home for X number of days, which then gives the school the opportunity to delist that child. And what happens? This child goes onto the street, eventually ends up into gangs. So I would plead for more training from the education department to governing bodies on their on their true role and functions, and the process of expulsion to be clearly explained to the principals and the governing body that only the education department has the function of expulsion. Nobody else. That's my one concern, Chair. The second issue I want to address is to the public protector and the issue of child maintenance. As I said before, I have a dual cap on Manenberg People's Center and the Babuti movement. Now, the Babuti movement focuses on education, and we run workshops on maintenance. And we have various speakers on every 6 weeks, and has done a great job in sharing information on the rights and legislation of maintenance. Now, the public protector had gone nationally, and I attended the workshop in Mitchell's Plain on the investigation on maintenance. And we were told that we would get, the speaker said that they're going to do that. It has been done. I was a participant in Mitchell's Plain on all the complaints around maintenance. And we're still awaiting the report. We were promised the report back. And we're still awaiting the report back. And we're going into July already from January. And what was being said here is so true, but 100-fold worse than what the public protector alluded to on the problems of maintenance. The issue here, Chair, and linking it to this interaction is that in a maintenance case, the issue is not about the parents, it's about the child. The Children's Act talks about the best interest of the child. But what you find, it is big fights with whoever can afford, and mainly the father in most instances, sadly, comes to court with 2 or 3 advocates of the highest ranks, and then fight about maintenance that he can't afford to pay to the child. But if he had taken, if the center point of both parties was the child, then the father shouldn't come and fight about pittance in the best interest of a child when he can afford top brass lawyers. And not only that, as the previous speaker had said, these advocates, they and the respondents use the law to postpone the hearings from one excuse to the other. And sometimes at the magistrates' courts, women that go there are sometimes at the bottom end of income. And they take their last money to get to the court only to find that the court case has been delayed. Sometimes the case gets concluded without proper investigations and amounts of monies that makes it laughable. How can a magistrate say to somebody that we'll give your child 200 rand a month? It's ridiculous. And then these fathers aren't forced to produce income and bank statements and things like that. And with the law, the service delivery agreement of the end of the maintenance courts says that cases are supposed to be resolved at best within 3 months. Within 3 months, you don't even get your first court date. So sad it is. As a senior sitting here, I had experienced that in my days, and I can tell you nothing has changed. And that's why I'm passionate about maintenance, because it often leads to abuse. In most cases, it's economic abuse, because the person that holds the purse also withhold the income. I mean, giving the money. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much for your valuable input. Can I please ask, you've mentioned your dual caps you have on this afternoon, just your name and surname for the record as well, please.
Sorry, Chair. Valdila de Vries.
Valdila de Vries. Thank you very much, Mrs. de Vries. And then I'm going to the gentleman at the back. Then we are done with this side of the chambers. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Daniel Peter. I'm a legal researcher and attorney at the Equal Education Law Centre. Chair, my my input is more of a comment than a question. I really appreciated all of the discussion that we had today. There's just two main comments I'd like to make. The first is that it can feel difficult sometimes to retain this, the importance of this part of the conversation, given that we're in a society which has such a high prevalence of criminal harm to children, but it's also very important that we retain an awareness of civil and delictual harm to children, not only because it matters in its own right, but also because one of the most consistent predictors as a risk factor for criminal harm to children is existing civil and intellectual harm, whether it's in the form of marginalization in school, bullying, even things that are both criminal and intellectual, like criminal injuria, defamation. And our advice clinic assists about nearly 1,000 clients a year, the majority of whom are children or their parents and guardians, and around half of whom are in the Western Cape, predominantly in the Metro East District. And a significant number of those children have experienced bullying, exclusion, marginalization, and other forms of victimization, whether by teachers or other learners or their family members. As obviously significant as it is that there are these backlogs in the criminal system and in prosecutions, and I'm very familiar, unfortunately, with those as well. I would also like to draw our attention to the fact that there are very similar backlogs, for example, at the equality courts. As I'm sure many people in this room know, children have standing in terms of Section 14 of the Children's Act, but are frequently, including my own clients, facing almost insurmountable hurdles in trying to access even civil and delictual access to justice, including at equality courts in the Western Cape. And I don't for a second think that that's for lack of investment, emotionally or morally from the people who have dedicated, their careers to wanting to assist children. It's very often for the case that, for a number of clients I've had, child clients who've approached the courts have been told to come back with their parents, even when the complaint they're raising is about something involving their parents, or children who don't have parents present, not that they should have to in order to, to raise a claim at the equality court, or because exactly as someone else has mentioned before, the forms can just be very inaccessible and there aren't people willing to assist. Or in the case of the Western Cape High Court, because the registrar for the equality court is having to serve multiple functions, including also being registrar, serving in the criminal court. It's just extremely difficult to manage that amount of work. And so we have a number of clients who have started proceedings at the Equality Court for discrimination they've experienced and have then withdrawn proceedings, or in different ways not proceeded just because it is so traumatic. So that's the first comment, Chair. And then the second comment is that linked to this civil and delictual sort of nexus of abuse and harm to children, there's also all the processes that run alongside a criminal investigation. And I would argue, Chair, that there are actually some significant deficiencies in the legal framework itself. I think because we have so many laws in South Africa, it can be tempting sometimes to think that the only problem is in implementation, but there are actually significant gaps, one of which, for example, is the fact that provincial education departments are prevented by legislation from being able to involve themselves with investigations to a certain degree against teachers for certain types of misconduct. So I've worked with very kind officials from the Western Cape Education Department who have truly tried their best to assist in cases where there has been corporal punishment or other forms of abuse by a teacher who is working for a public school but employed by the school governing body, but who are prevented in their abilities by legislation to continue with the kind of investigation that they would have wanted to have done. And because the work of really fantastic foundations like the governing body foundation can only reach so many schools at a certain point in time. We've routinely come up against instances where school governing bodies themselves aren't capacitated and aren't aware of how to manage really important investigations like those. And because criminally the mandate is then handed over from me once as an attorney I've referred it, because we're an advice clinic and don't generally proceed with criminal matters, it's very difficult for me to follow up as well and ensure that those children are getting the supported referrals that they need. All of which is just to say that I fully concur with a lot of the comments that have been made here that there certainly are pockets of excellence, and whether in government departments or other NGOs or the public service, there are many people who are truly trying their best. I think it's very important that we acknowledge that there are often significant unnecessary backlogs created by either legal complexity or by drafting of legislation that doesn't consider the best interests of children and doesn't consider their right to participate in their own access to justice. And so I think it's just important that, in our future conversations, we remember that children aren't just passive recipients of justice that we're trying to give them, but that one of the biggest violations of their access to justice presently is that they're not being given the opportunities to participate in those justice proceedings, whether it's in cases like corporal punishment or whether it's in cases like abuse against children. So I just wanted to make those comments, Chair, but I really appreciate the discussions and I'm looking forward to the ones on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your valuable input. Ma'am, I'm going to give over to you. I think, yes, you're the last one left. And then I'm going to, as the same as we've done in the previous session, I'm going to start with those that presented or gave input. I'm going to limit you to a 2-minute. I'm sure we'll see each other on Monday again. But just to respond to what was relayed in this session, please. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think I'm also going to give some comment. It's not a question. I'm not going to be here on Monday, so I thought I would just add this. I think I've been trying to look for some cross-cutting themes in some of the presentations that people have shared. I think it's really overwhelming because the need seems so great. But I've been thinking about the systemic barriers, and I'm referring specifically to what Lucy Jameson and Dr. Wessels were talking about, that that if we have a web, we have got pockets which are working well, but then there's all these gaps in between, where young people and women and people are just falling through. And I was thinking a little bit about what Dr. Wessels was saying around trauma-informed care in nurses, because I was thinking of a specific case of a young person that I worked with who went to the clinic to get contraception. She was 16, and it wasn't a very good experience for her. So then when she became a mother, she wouldn't want to go back. And I just think that a trauma-informed care at all levels, strengthening trauma-informed care, where there are systems and practices that are working, would actually, I think, go quite a long way, maybe to strengthen what is already existing, not just, putting in interventions that might not be sustainable. Because I do think that, one of the things that everyone in this room has been asking is, why are we in this situation? Well, we're in this situation because complex trauma causes dissociation, and dissociation erodes empathy. And so if we treat cases as cases and people not as human beings, we don't have that first experience of a trauma-informed approach. We're kind of pushing through the system perpetrators that, like I think the NDA was saying, we're just perpetrating those cycles of violence because victims become perpetrators. So perhaps with a trauma-informed response or strengthening trauma-informed responses, we have dignity for victims, but we have dignity for perpetrators too, because we're looking at the interconnectedness of the complexity of what we're sitting with. Thank you. Oh, sorry, and it's Monica Edwards from Amalani Projects.
Thank you very much. I was just about to ask. Thank you so much for your valuable input too. Ms. Brains, are you commenting or are you giving further input?
Commenting on the presentation.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, so I think we needed to introduce ourselves, and I think it's by way of legitimizing where our thing is coming from. So I introduced myself early on as a researcher, but I actually I'm a social worker with 15 years of child protection experience behind me. I was the head of ECBND Western Cape when it was there. I was a national child protection coordinator for the NACCW while I was there. It's now the CEO, by the way. So I'm dating myself probably a little bit with ECBND. But essentially, one, I love the space that you've created here. I think I'm really glad that we were invited to this first one. It is a multi-leveled, multi-professional, multi-practitioner kind of space, which is really great, and I hope it's the first of many. But I think, unfortunately, I think this is the kind of space where you're trying to bridge the gaps between departments and stakeholders, and a lot of what we're hearing is still sort of some of the silos that happened in the past. And I think there's enough child protection experts to comment. I don't think I'll be able to make it on Tuesday when we're commenting for further. But when we were talking about Tutuzela, child protection, FCS, and so on, I think there are some silos even happening there. And so, for example, what's happening is the community is walking into a police station, a charge office to report. The charge officers, sometimes they know where the victim support key is. They don't get the right gender person in front of the victim reporting. Very often in smaller communities, it's a neighbor that's standing in front of you and the friend of the person you are reporting, etc. And so that is your entry point for people reporting. And so you're not necessarily going to get people getting to the FCF officers who are very well trained. I've seen somebody twice my size sit down on a baby chair to talk to a young person, but you need to get them there with their training and get them there before the case has been discussed, and a lot of that information is then lost. And then for them to get to Tutuzela, they've got to go through FCS. So if that charge office isn't working, then your whole point of access is an issue. And we were talking about like Form 22s not working, but Form 22s have for many people become the only way that they can report. And so there's an over-reliance on that. And so there's so many people reporting that way that they aren't getting that. And there's a lack of, I think, from the community, just a lack of faith in being able to go to a police station. So this is something that, I don't know, I think once you're a social worker, it feels like it's tattooed on your forehead. Like even though I've left the practice for so long, I still always land up with somebody saying, oh, you're a social worker, I need to report this. And so I think I've filled out more Form 22 since I left social work than when I was in social work. But maybe one of the other hats that I am is I'm a clinical social worker. And so I train social workers, and I also provided trauma training to all the ASIFF social workers across the country. And in Advocate Ali's presentation and the MPA presentation, I'm seeing a silo that's happening there as well. And she very humbly, I think said, they're lawyers, they're not. There's a missing for them in how to necessarily work with the protection part. And I think that the system itself is not necessarily understanding the cycle of abuse. And so, for example, in a children's court, you have somebody walking you through that process, and perhaps there is a missing service provision, training, partnership that needs to happen that could potentially help the victim to be able to sustain their time within that court reporting, so that you can get to the part where, because if we know anything about both the abuser and the victim, we know things are going to all of a sudden seem okay. We know that they're going to change their mind. They've got to go home to that person and take 4-8 years for it to happen. You're not there with them, motivating them. They've got to look at that other person. So they choose the path of least resistance. And so the victim isn't necessarily the issue. It is the fact that the system is not providing them or understanding what their need is to be able to fully complete that process. And yeah, so I think that it's about us, like those then that do the victim support stuff and the gender violence prevention and the court systems, working out what do we actually each bring and trying to bring that together. I hope, thanks. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brains, for your input. I know we will see you back on Monday with Ms. Katsev. Thank you. And then I'm going online. You may proceed, ma'am. Ms. Nieuwoud? Ms. Nieuwoud, you may proceed. Okay, let's move along. We'll see perhaps some signal or challenges there. I'm going to do the same as in the previous session. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Campbell. There has been an issue raised by Mrs. De Vries specifically in terms, I think, of the membership. And can I please ask that we limit the response to 2 minutes if possible, and then we will just move up the line. Advocate Ali, who else is there that need to respond? We don't, and then we'll move that side. So I think in total we should be about 10 minutes. Worst case scenario. You may proceed, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to Mrs. De Vries, in terms of the governing body foundation's membership, we have about 300 members, and she's correct, and it is a relatively small proportion of schools in the Western Cape. It's a voluntary organization to join, but our fees are very reasonable. In fact, for no-fee schools, schools can pay as little as 30 Rand a month to join us and receive our advice and access to our website and so on, and training. In terms of Mrs. De Vries' comments about what happens in some schools, she's quite right. There is abuse of disciplinary measures in some schools, which can result in young people being excluded from a school illegally. It's something, if we come across it, obviously we address it in our member schools, but I do know that it does happen in some schools. So, and I'm disappointed to hear that it's happened often in Mrs. De Vries' community, but there's not a lot we can do about it. We do raise these matters with the Department of Education in our meetings with them, but sometimes these things fly under the radar. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Advocate Ali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pertaining to Mrs. I think maybe I should first address the gentleman, Mr. Magele, from the Public Protector regarding not prosecuting. Again, when we take a decision to prosecute or not to prosecute, we first have to ascertain whether there's a reasonable prospect for successful prosecution. So on the face of it, it may seem like, oh, why is the NPA not prosecuting? But there's actually a reason why we're not, based on each case on its own facts and circumstances. So we won't have a generalized policy on, oh, we prosecute all of this, but we have to look at each and every case separately to make such a determination. Whether you can compel us to prosecute, no, you can't. The legislation, you're quite right, we are dominus litis, and we're the only institution that can make such a determination. Nothing prevents, however, from instituting a private prosecution after we've issued a certificate of non-prosecution. With regards to Mrs. Jones, thank you so much for your service. It's invaluable, and we at the NPA, we always appreciate all the support that we're getting from the community and from you in particular. So some of the cases are long on the court roll, and it's precisely that. Some of the Defence Counsel know how to play the system, and they do indeed play the system. We have a case, for instance, in Blue Downs Magistrates Court, Regional Court. It was a terrible murder of a teenage girl, rape and murder. After 14 long, tough, difficult years, 14 years, finally we had a conviction. And it was also because what we call the Stalingrad tactic used by the defense. Two of the accused passed away in the interim, but it took 14 years for justice to finally arrive. And we're not finished with the sentence proceedings. And again, one of the issues where we felt and not to criticize anybody, because I'm sure the magistrate or the presiding officer had his reasons. But we felt that despite all our, submissions to court to move this case along, the presiding officer was not like of the same mind where that was concerned. That we have raised at the appropriate forum. We have challenged, raised this specific challenge, and with other matters that takes too long for this. So the other issue point raised by Mrs. Jones was when it comes to the discharge in terms of Section 174. Yes, is a specific criteria. It's difficult for us to appeal the criteria. Most of the time, the NPA can only, or the state can only appeal when it pertains to a question of law, and usually where there's a wrong or incorrect application of the law. Most of the time, your Section 174 applications, the magistrate in his judgment or her judgment will couch it in such terms where it becomes a question of fact. And then we are precluded by legislation not to appeal. And maybe that's one of the issues that we can raise, where there can be some changes made for us. Then the gentleman, I think he left already. I think his name was Andre, with the misdiagnosis of cases. I'd rather have a diagnosis for trafficking as opposed to smuggling, whether it is an incorrect one. And the reason being is that you want to have the evidence collected as soon as possible. So even if it is, you misdiagnose it as trafficking, but what if it is actually trafficking? And we're not going to know until we actually get the docket and see what's in there and start doing maybe a little bit more investigation. But if from the get-go it is trafficking, you're going to have a better opportunity of collecting relevant evidence for your prosecution, as opposed to when you say, oh, it was smuggling, and then, nobody does anything about it. So I'd rather have the misdiagnosis for trafficking as opposed to not. And I'd rather be prepared to waste some of those resources, because it's important. It's more important for us as the NPA to get relevant evidence and admissible evidence, as opposed to not having it at the end. So that is that. And then the prosecution of matters, like I indicated, we guide investigations. Sometimes the investigations take long. That is a function of SAPS. And in terms of how we're supposed to deal with trafficking in persons matters, it is supposed to be prioritized. But then again, it enjoys prioritization alongside other gender-based violence matters, where there are other children, not necessarily trafficked, but you're going to get instances where there are competing interests when it comes to specific cases. So we have a prioritization for where children are involved, especially in the child justice sphere. But, the system is overburdened because there are just too many cases and not enough capacity for the cases to be processed. I think that was it. And then for pertaining to Mr. Fries and also Mr. Magela, when it comes to maintenance issues, maintenance for us is also a priority. And I agree with you wholeheartedly that, and with you, it is part of the problem that we have in the country. When it comes to the investigation of maintenance matters, those primarily fall within the DOJ, because they appointed the maintenance investigating officers. Similarly to maintenance officers falls within DOJ. We are, by our function, we are deemed as maintenance officers, but we really perform the function of a maintenance officer because we do not have the capacity to do so. However, we are enjoined by our policy directives to step in if it is a matter which is complicated and which may demand more than what the maintenance officer can provide, especially when it comes to litigation. Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Advocate. Mr. Magele.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think to answer the question of Mr. Fries, I think I must clarify one thing. As the public protector, we continue to investigate individual cases relating to maintenance, and we report on feedback to those complainants who are affected on a regular basis. The systemic investigation and public hearings were triggered by those individual cases that they've reported to us. As a result, we've identified that there is a gap. There's a systemic gap within the maintenance system. Hence, this full-scale systemic investigation on maintenance matters was launched. I'm not sure. We've never promised Mr. Fitz a report within a period of 3 months or 6 months. It's a nationwide investigation. We are still not even done with the public hearings. We have not been to Eastern Cape with public hearings. We have not been to Limpopo with public hearings. Similarly to our gender-based violence report, it's going to take time. It's going to be a very lengthy report. It seeks to address the system or the deficiencies within the administration of justice. It cannot be released within a very short space of time. As far as individual cases are concerned, we do continue to attend to those and report feedback to complainants, and most of those matters we finalized. It's just a broader report on gaps within the justice system that is still going to take time for us to finalize. I think I must apologize to Mr. Fries if there's been any miscommunication with regards to releasing the outcome of that report. I think it's still premature at this stage for us to release any reports. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. And then a last attempt, Ms. Nieuwoud.
Madam Chair, and am I audible now?
Indeed, you are.
Thank you. Sorry, I connected. Yes, this is actually not a comment nor a question. It's actually a fact. And I address this specifically to the governing body person. The rate that children, and especially primary school children, are being expelled from schools are absolutely unacceptable. Sometimes the children are being sent home without notifying the parent, and we find then our volunteers will bring in the child, and many times girl children, that they found them in parks, and they say, but they can't go home because there's no one at home. So we really need to look into this as a matter of urgency. There's also a tendency amongst certain schools to refuse entrance of social workers into the schools. We try to address it through the school system. Unfortunately, we are not always successful. That is not the majority. That is fortunately the exception, but that is still unacceptable. Also, that schools do not report absence of children. And eventually, when it will be brought through to our attention, normally through our volunteers working in the community, the child is already being removed from the CMAS system. So this is the reality. This is not a story. This is facts. So, Madam Chair, I think that that needs to be investigated urgently. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your input and sharing your concern as well, Ms. Nieuwoud. Mr. Campbell, I'm going to ask if you want to respond to that quickly. And then I think that is something we can also take up with the department on Monday as well.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to say that, we as a governing body foundation, we are aware of some of these abuses of laws and of young people, and we do act where possible, but, we can only really act with our own members. But we do raise these matters, and I will raise them next quarter with the Department of Education, with the head of education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, ladies and gentlemen, I think that concludes our session today. I want to thank each and everyone. I think it was a very productive session to begin with and to end with as well. I want to thank you on behalf of the committee this afternoon. Thank you for your honesty. Thank you for your expertise. And thank you so much for your unwavering commitment. Please do find your way back to us, God willing, on Monday morning, 9 o'clock sharp. We will be here to continue the conversation. And also there is a final program for Monday. But as I said, we want to capture as much in our report. So we're still getting to what is it that you think that should be done within the space? What is it that you think that Parliament should be embarking on? The various departments within the Western Cape should be doing. And as I said, mostly or most of the times the answers are within the communities, but it just doesn't surface. So thank you very much, members. Thank you so much to our guests. Lunch is served. I know it's way beyond the time, but because it is a long day, we had to make provision for you. So please do indulge in the corridor straight down at the members' lounge. And I wish you all a blessed weekend, but also a safe journey home. Thank you so much. The session is adjourned.